Hey everyone, welcome to this meeting of the Oregon Environmental Restoration Council. Today is the 6th of May, 2026. It is 12:04, and I'm calling this meeting to order. I'm Michael Dembro, the co-chair of this council, and just want to make some brief housekeeping remarks, and then we'll go around the table and have people introduce themselves. First of all, this meeting is being recorded and it will be streamed live. It is being streamed live on OEB's YouTube channel. We have a wealth of information on our website. Thank you, Claire. And all materials for this and previous council meetings can be found on the Oregon Environmental Restoration Fund's website. If you click on meeting information, it will take you to past meetings and also future meetings. For those of you who are joining us here in the room, this is the most important information because this is going to be a long meeting. The bathrooms are around the corner and then go left, and there's a drinking fountain there too. For those of you who are joining on the web, please remember to mute your devices, and when you're not speaking, please use the raised hand feature, and if I don't see you, I'm sure someone will let me know that a hand is up. For those of you who are not council members, if you could keep your cameras off until you're giving testimony, if you are giving testimony, that would be great. Okay, why don't we go around the room and then I will introduce the agenda for the day. And Molly, would you just introduce yourself and tell us what kind of member you are?
Happy to. My name's Molly Kyle. I am one of the citizens at large, I guess, and I am an environmental health scientist. So I'm a professor at Oregon State University in the College of Health the rest of the time.
Okay. So you're a member with scientific expertise,
Right.
eh? Great.
Love this stuff.
Debbie.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Debbie Colbert, and I'm the director of the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Good afternoon, all. Jen Bildersee. I am also a member of the public with scientific expertise, and I coordinate the Brownfield program at the City of Portland.
Great.
Good afternoon. My name is Cheyenne Holliday, and I am the vice chair of this council.
Good afternoon, Jeff Huntington from the governor's office. And you asked what kind of member we are? I have a lot of answers for that, but I'll just...
So do we, Jeff.
I will try to not be the one that causes you trouble today.
Thanks.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Leah Felden. I'm the director at the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality.
Thank you. And actually, before we finish up the tables, Nicole, you want to introduce yourself?
Good afternoon, everybody. Nicole Manis. I am the manager for the Oregon Environmental Restoration Program.
Great, thank you. Okay, let's go to our members who are here virtually and start with Andre.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Andre Uso. I'm representing OHA, and I'm the Deputy Public Health Director, and I have a public health and legal background. And sorry if my voice is a little rough today. I'm getting over a sinus infection.
Okay, best wishes for recovering. And thank you for not being here for that reason. Leslie.
Good afternoon, everyone. Leslie Wu. I'm the Attorney General's designee.
Great. Senator Brock-Smith. David, you there?
I am, and I would from my car, Mr. Chairman, as normal. But I am heading in to the office actually, and so I'll see you in person in a minute. Everyone, State Senator David Brock-Smith.
All right, looking forward to seeing you, David, even if you have to leave your mobile office. Representative Helm, Ken, are you here? Okay, Ken will be joining us virtually, as I understand it. And co-chair Sams is going to be joining us later on. So, okay, that is us. We certainly have a quorum. We have a very full agenda today, which I'll tell you about in a moment. And if we didn't, I would be really eager to introduce the people who are here in the room with us as guests. I see many familiar and friendly faces, and looking forward to hearing from many of you. So what we're going to be doing today is, first of all, approving the minutes, of course, and then we're going to continue our series of presentations from different agencies that have a nexus in the work that we do. Today we'll be hearing from the Department of State Lands, we'll be hearing from the Department of Agriculture, and we'll be hearing from the Parks Department as well, OPRD. We're then going to move into that portion of the agenda that we're eager, I think we've been waiting eagerly to get this presentation, having to do with the agents, the coordinated agencies through the Governor's Natural Resource Office, their proposal for agency fund proposal. And that will be about an hour and a half or so. And then we will take a much needed break. And when we come back, I, thank heavens, get to relinquish the gavel and turn it over to Vice Chair Holliday. And she will be taking us through public comment. We'll be taking public comment. We have received a number of written comments, but we'll also be getting public comment. And then we will have a lengthy kind of work session around our process of setting strategic priorities for the council. That should be very, very interesting. And then just wrap up, and that will be it. And if we can get out before 5 o'clock, that will be a miracle. But who knows? Okay, so with that, let's turn to the business part of today's agenda. And just to clarify, we are with respect to the agency fund proposal, we're not taking action today. Today is for information purposes, for discussion purposes, for probing purposes, and then we're going to come back in June for an online meeting where we're going to be potentially voting on that. So let me start with item 1, which is the consent agenda. Here we have one item, the approval of the meeting minutes from March 18th, 2026. And I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, Jeff Huntington moved. Is there a second?
Second. Oh, sorry.
We have co-seconds here. All right, we'll give it to Molly. Okay, Molly seconded. Is there any discussion? Any changes that anyone saw that needed to be included? Okay, seeing none, let us take a vote on this. I don't think we need a roll call, right? So all those in favor of approval of the March minutes? Right. Yeah, and online, if you could unmute and just yell it out. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries. The minutes are approved. All right, let's move to the second item, the presentations from our three state agencies. And you'll remember that last meeting we heard from our first three. Today we're hearing from another three. In the future we'll hear from another three, etc., until we've heard from all those we need to hear from. So for this portion, I'm going to turn it over to Rachel Thompson, who is our policy czar for this council. Rachel, welcome.
Thank you, and thanks for the title upgrade. Good afternoon, co-chairs and members of council. Happy to be here to introduce another round of this agenda item. Last month, you all heard from three agencies, from members of staff of the Department of Environmental Quality, from Department of Fish and Wildlife, and then from staff at Oregon Health Authority. And today you will hear from agency staff at the Department of State Lands, Department of Agriculture, and Parks and Recreation Department. And this is a really great opportunity for agency staff to engage with council and to share about their agency missions and how the work that they do on behalf of Oregonians intersects with this fund and the work that you all do as members of council. So it's a really great opportunity. And so in addition to agency staff sharing with you all today, I just wanted to also mention that there was a staff report that was submitted as part of the meeting packet. So I believe it was item 2 in the meeting materials that just mentioned some preliminary results about the agency needs assessment. And so that is still an ongoing assessment that agencies are submitting. And so we do expect to see some more results that come in between now and the July meeting. So we will submit some more results as those come in. But I think there's some interesting pieces that have come back in those initial results that I suggest and hope that council reads and looks at as some early pieces that agencies are reporting back as some opportunities that this agency program fund might help to support. So with that, I will invite members of staff from the Department of State Lands to come and join unless there's any questions. But other than that, I invite Director Lovell and Allie Ryan Hansen to join me.
Great to have you. And members, we'll take questions after each presentation, but unless it's something that's really urgent, let's wait till the presentation's over. Great. Okay, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Rachel. Good afternoon, Co-Chair Dembro, Co-Chair Sams, Vice Chair Holliday. Thank you for the invitation to be here today. My name is Caitlin Lovell. I am the Director of the Department of State Lands, and joining me today is Allie Ryan Hansen, my Chief of Staff, and we will be co-presenting to you today. I'm going to, let's see, got to start at the beginning here. Sorry, you're going to get a preview. Here we go. Very quickly. Allie, do you want to kick us off?
I do want to kick us off. Not to be a cliche right away. Is this thing on? I think it is. Okay. Good afternoon, council members. As Director Lovell, am I muted now? Or am I,
we
now
hear
I'm
you.
on? Okay. My name is Allie Ryan Hansen. My pronouns are she, her. I am DSL's Chief of Staff, and so excited to be with you this afternoon. Thank you for having us. I will introduce our work for Oregon, and then hand it back to Caitlin to discuss connections and opportunities. If you hand me that mouse, will I be able to drive? Awesome. Yes. Okay, DSL is a small agency whose work makes big contributions to the people of Oregon. Our mission, which is here, reflects these many benefits, which includes stewardship of school lands, waterways, wetlands, as well as providing science and practical management information about coastal and forest environments. This mission sets us up to help Oregon in so many ways, from the people who count on clean waterways to swim or support their local economies or as food sources, to the restoration scientists who are incredibly excited by South Slew's Wasson Creek project, a 500-plus acre project that's poised to be one of the most important classrooms for wetland science in the world. From the communities who rely on wetlands as natural infrastructure to the communities who are looking forward to the environmental and economic benefits of the Elliott, Oregon's first state research forest. I've got two things to scroll through here. We help in so many different ways. And we wear a lot of hats and we do a lot of good. I could go on and on, but have been firmly instructed not to. So I'm going to talk you through our structure. The State Land Board, Oregon's governor, secretary of state, and treasurer oversee our work on behalf of the people of Oregon. We are the Land Board's administrative agency, and we are organized into 4 main teams: Director's Office, Administration, Land Management, and Aquatic Resource Management. Aquatic resource management includes programs for removal and fill in wetlands and waters, Oregon-owned waterways, and abandoned and derelict vessels. Land management includes the Real Property Program, the South Slough National Estuarine Research Reserve, and the Elliott State Research Forest. And our director's office and administration teams work agency-wide, including human resources, communications, information technology, administrative services teams, finance, and government and community relations. Aha, there it goes. These 4 goals are the foundation of our 22-27 strategic plan. As we begin work on our next strategic planning process, we intend to keep this broad stroke framework for our efforts and work collaboratively to draw together the threads presented not only by this opportunity with the fund, but by the governor's executive orders and other near-term and long-term work to seek projects that support multiple goals and help Oregon make progress in specific and measurable ways. I want to mention an example project from our current strategic plan, which was to stand up an abandoned and derelict vessels program. This began as a supporting schools program as we sought to reduce the impacts to the Common School Fund of removing abandoned and derelict vessels from waterways. We got some early support and early investment from these dollars, and we have seen firsthand how we can successfully leverage through collaborative targeted removals of vessels that are impacting communities and create pathways to prevent vessels and PCBs from getting into our waterways in the first place through exploration of strategies like a vessel turn-in program. This slide is my signal to hand it back to Director Level.
Thank you, Allie. For our work for Oregon is actually quite impactful. As Allie mentioned, I like to say that our agency is the largest natural resource agency that nobody's ever heard of. We manage more lands and waters for the state of Oregon than any other natural resource agency, which means we are perfectly poised to have a large impact on the outcomes of Senate Bill 1561 and the Environmental Restoration Council and Fund. We have huge opportunities for leverage, and I want to walk through some of those. Excellent. As Allie mentioned, we are leading the way on providing healthy rivers and streams to our management of all waters of the state through our removal fill program, as well as through our management of our waterway protections program. This allows us to consider unique programs and opportunities to impact the very populations that are impacted by contamination, not just on lands, but also in water. We also help support thriving natural infrastructure, which will benefit current and future communities. That includes things like our mitigation program that is helping to offset environmental impacts, especially those impacts on significantly environmentally burdened communities, where we can do that, how we can grow the resilient infrastructure that is needed for those communities to survive climate change. That all links into some of the key programs. As Ali mentioned, especially with the South Slough, we have some pretty significant education programs that are serving some low-income communities across Oregon. But our most successful is down at the South Slough National Estuary Research Reserve, and we have opportunities to grow and expand those programs. We also do a lot of work that intersects with economic development, with jobs, with land management, working lands and waters, that allows us to think about how do we grow a workforce that is capable of serving communities in the future, especially climate resilient communities. In terms of our key opportunities, we think that there are significant program opportunities for these communities where we can bring communities in as partners, ways that we haven't done so in the past, especially looking at communities as they're facing fiscal hurdles right now. How can we help communities be proactive and thoughtful about getting ahead of some future environmental harms that may be coming? How can we innovate for environmental benefits and climate resilience? We have a number of ideas regarding thinking more innovatively about, especially about mitigation and how we work with communities to advance those in those places where communities are environmentally burdened currently. And then finally, protecting and restoring waterways. As Ali mentioned, we have a brand new abandoned and derelict vessel program. Some of those boats are actually continuing to leak PCBs right now into our waterways. We have derelict pilings and docks that are accumulating debris and causing erosion and harm to communities and risks to, especially to communities in places that are living on vulnerable landscapes and at risk of rising waters and erosion of contaminated soils into rivers and streams. So we think that there's a lot of nexus between the work of DSL and this committee. That I will end and open it up for questions. Thank you.
That is great. Thank you for reminding us of the important work that DSL does. Colleagues, any questions about the Department of State Lands? Yes, Jen.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I apologize for my lack of awareness that leads to this question, but if you can help me understand the connection between the derelict vessel removal and the Common School Fund revenue, that is not an obvious link for me. Thank you.
Can I take that? Yeah, yes.
I do want you to take that.
Thank you. Because the state of Oregon manages the beds and banks of navigable rivers and the territorial seas, abandoned vessels that are quite literally marring those landscapes. In order for us to remove those, remove the harms, remove the navigational harms, remove the environmental harms, the money from that was coming from the Common School Fund in order to be able to pay for that. Through our ability to tap into some of the Monsanto settlement agreement funding very early on before Senate Bill 1561, we're able to support that work outside of the Common School Fund. So it leaves more money in our Common School Fund to be able to distribute to education and schools while aligning the impacts of those vessels to the purposes of the Monsanto settlement.
I would just add, for clarity, so our agency's first job was overseeing the lands granted to Oregon at statehood to help support schools. And that is still our job today. Through the Common School Fund, we've gotten more responsibilities over time. So we have the Constitutional Common School Fund, which helps us manage lands, and the Statutory Common School Fund, which helps us do other responsibilities like overseeing waterways. And so when we were needing to remove vessels, we would use those statutory dollars, but it all flows to schools eventually as distribution. So that's making a very obvious connection.
Great, thank you. Jeff?
On this subject, I might add that I think that the land board members have had substantial conversation about identifying a funding source, a permanent funding source for removal of abandoned and derelict vessels that would not burden the Common School Fund and would be a continuing source of revenue. And I'm expecting to see something in the 27th session that will set up that funding structure. And this may come up later in the conversation of what was recommended for funding in this go-around for this council and what wasn't. But that was part of the consideration.
Perfect. Well, thank you both. Very, very helpful.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay. We're going to go next, actually, to OPRD, if we could. OPRD is with us online. Sorry for the jump, but there was a little confusion. Oh, you ready to go? Okay, OPRD, relax. We're going to go to Department of Agriculture. Good to see you both from my old world.
Yes. Good morning. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Lisa Sharplow-Hansen, and I serve as the director of the Department of Agriculture. We're delighted to be here and have the opportunity to talk to you. And sorry about the confusion with the slippage in the agenda. We missed a beat. Jonathan is going to do most of our presentation, but I just want to kick it off with sometimes when we talk about Department of Agriculture, food and agriculture, we miss the piece of protect, promote, and prosper. And the programs that we have that work to protect working lands across the state and remediation in terms of past practices. And so I think Jonathan has some really nice slides to talk about how we connect in to that. And we'll be happy to answer questions afterwards.
Great, thanks, Lisa. Hey.
Good afternoon, Chair Denbrough and Chair Holliday, members of the committee, council, Jonathan Sandow, Department of Ag. So we're going to kind of walk through a little bit structure of the agency really quick, and then kind of where we see ourselves, you know, the strongest connection and the earliest connection with kind of settlement agreements, and then also kind of council's work. And this is going to be a reminiscence of, you know, I think a little bit of a budget slide, but we really are multiple operations that work inside of one agency that really kind of support the whole ag and food landscape across the entire state. You know, we have programs that start with kind of the natural resource base of our operations, the water quality, land stewardships, the working lands components. We have a whole kind of division around plant protection and invasive species, and so trying to make sure that, you know, we're not having both invasive, you know, both plants, insects, viruses that are coming in affecting not only the agricultural side, production side of it, but also our ecosystem side of it. And the impacts can happen, you know, kind of in those both ways. Our ag services, this is a lot of kind of on the ground work that we do as an agency. So we provide a lot of kind of the certification inspections, you know, consumer protection elements to make sure that the market and consumer assurances are strong. So folks know that they're kind of, you know, they know they're getting a pound of blueberries all the way to, you know, a ton of wheat, and you know, kind of keep the commodities flowing. And then we kind of share a little bit of a space with OHA in food safety and animal health protection. We do all the kind of the food manufacturing, the food processing, the added value components of food, and also within kind of the disease traceability in our livestock, the ability to really work with our animal and livestock producers to, you know, on herd health and making sure that we have kind of the disease and control within there. And that then feeds into market assurance and market stability. And so everything we do, right, ultimately is to try to get folks selling their products in the market that they want to be able to sell in. And strong, resilient markets and that economic driver allows then our producers to have those revenue streams, the economic certainty, the less risky modes, to then invest in kind of all the things that allow them to, you know, to keep growing, to keep farming, to keep this cycle going. And so none of them work independent of each other. They all work together. We need strengths around the entire wheel. But today we're really going to kind of talk around the natural resource and the plant protection and conservation side of it. While we are structured, you know, in that way, we don't do this work alone. We can't, both statutorily and practically in reality. we use a lot of partners out on the landscape. And that runs, from our tribal partners, from our agency partners to soil water conservation districts, watershed councils, OSU, land managers and our licensees that we work with, districts, so weed districts, and we work across all of these partners to be able to be out in the community and across the landscape. We are not staffed or resourced to be able to replicate this as an agency, and so we really rely on all of these folks and all of these entities to be able to accomplish the work that we accomplish. So, kind of moving through these three areas where we see the most direct connection up front is one, through our water quality program, right? Starting right there with the water. And the state, the state invests a lot in planning and technical assistance. We go out, we work with our councils, we work with our districts, we work with these landowners to be able to say, here's a great assessment, here is where you can do great work. Where those gaps kind of exist is really in that implementation opportunity. There are federal programs, there are some OPRD programs that work at scale in different areas. Oh, was I turned off? Hopefully now folks can hear me. Though I do have, I kind of talk quietly, so I'm sure my voice doesn't project. And looking across, around that implementation, the co-benefits there along the bottom is really where we see, a lot of this direct connection with the water quality piece, starting right there in those channels. But we know that when we're working in the water, that's part of a broader landscape kind of assessment that we're looking at. And that begins out and above on the landscape. And so really strengthening these native ecosystems. And again, those kind of almost two sides of the coin of really working in native resiliency with our native plants, having those kind of self-sustaining habitats that support the pollinators, support agriculture, support wildlife, support all of the components that really help when we have the right plants in the right places doing the right jobs, counterbalancing that with the invasive threats, right? And so when we have, plant species, insects that aren't the right ones in the right places doing the right jobs, they intensify everything. They intensify disasters and they intensify how much active management we all have to do out on the landscapes. Emerald ash borer and Medusa headgrass, I think, are good ones. We've spent decades and a lot of resources planting ash trees in riparian zones. Emerald ash borer now is threatening all of that work and all that investment. So really, the work that we're doing here helps across the entire portfolio. That intensive management side takes a lot of tools and resources, and using those tools and resources correctly is one of the areas, again, that we see so much opportunity to be able to really wrap our arms around, and that is within our pesticide control and regulation component of ODA. And really wanting to focus right now on kind of the passage rate. We do the certification and education. We also do the enforcement side. This sits on the certification and training and education licensing side of the house. These numbers, the statistics there are the passage rates for our English, speakers and our Spanish speakers. I would also say 1 in 4 failing the English side of these exams is not a great statistic either, and by far the Spanish-speaking passage rate is even worse. This requires a lot of kind of updating manuals that are 30 years out of date, updating training requirements, translating. These are very technical documents. They're very technical pieces that take a lot of time and resources. The federal EPA over the course of a couple of years, starting a while ago, just went through updating the kind of the federal core pieces of it. We have a lot of state add-ons that we need to be able to do as well. And the opportunity really here is we can remediate this training, expand the partnerships. These are a lot of folks who are doing a lot of work on the landscape, both for restoration projects and production across every watershed. And so really, kind of just trying to wrap up those 3 major touch points that we see into the council, into what the objectives here are. These are areas that state, federal, or fee payers are already kind of really putting a lot of money and effort into the work. We can expand our reach through our partners across every single one of these. And really they kind of starting in that watershed and working their way out. They really touch every part of what we're here to accomplish. So with that, try to stay within the time frame. Questions?
It's great. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Questions, members, for ODA? That was very, very comprehensive. And you'll be coming back when we get into the agency fund proposals, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you.
Yep.
Great. Okay, finally, we have parks, and OPRD is online.
Hello, can you guys see my screen?
We see your screen.
Perfect.
Yeah, could you introduce yourself?
Yes. Hello, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. My name is Andrea Hansen, and I'm the Central Operations Resource Manager for the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department. So OPRD's mission is to provide and protect outstanding natural, scenic, cultural, historic, and recreation sites for the enjoyment and education of present and future generations. Our agency's mission is to take the long view to protect Oregon's special places and provide the greatest experience while creating stable future funding. So this is a very timely meeting for us. We recently developed our OPRD strategic plan for the 25-27 biennium, which identifies 5 key goals: improving sustainable operations, including natural resource sustainability, increasing partnership revenue, fostering equitable access and engagement within parks, enhancing tribal relations, and building a more engaged workforce. Many people just think about camping and recreation when they think about OPRD, which is not wrong, but we are a lot more than just that. OPRD has more than 360 parks and properties across the state. We manage more than 134,000 acres of land, 362 miles of Oregon's ocean shore beaches and coastline, and 1,200 river miles in the Scenic Waterway Program. We provide Oregonians and communities substantial opportunities for access and exposure to natural resources throughout the state, with approximately 53 million day use visitors a year. And we're also very adept at running community grant programs, awarding $133 million in recreation grants to over 200 communities since 2013. I don't want to bore everyone with our agency budget details, but I wanted to make a few quick points for consideration. OPRD does not receive any dedicated tax dollars, so we don't receive any general fund monies for natural resources conservation. Our revenue comes almost exclusively from lottery dollars, which are legislatively directed towards community grant programs and are used for park operations. The other half of our revenue comes from other funds that consist of park user fees and other revenue that are flagged for specific purposes. So the majority of our funds and how we allocate them is dictated by statute, rule, or trust. And because the enormous operating costs of our state parks, there's not a lot of remaining funds to focus on natural resources conservation, restoration, and enhancement. So our park stewardship funding accounts for roughly less than 2% of our budget, even though there is a very strong interest and support in the agency to do more. So we would need dedicated funding to address species conservation and habitat restoration in state parks. And any funding that may be allocated from the state agency program fund would fill these critical funding gaps and not replace existing dollars. There's a lot of overlap between OPRD's mission to provide and protect outstanding natural resource areas across the state and the Monsanto settlement agreement terms. Some shared goals between OPRD and the OERF include habitat restoration and protection for conserving fish and wildlife populations and their critical habitats, particularly those that are vulnerable or have been impacted by PCB contamination. Improving water quality and quantity, connecting key habitats, assisting with bioremediation, removing debris and contaminated sources, improving air quality, increasing carbon sequestration, building natural resource climate resiliency, and restoring ecosystem functions. Due to the acreage we manage across the state and the diversity of species and habitats found in state parks, we have many opportunities to contribute to the improvement of land, water, air, and natural resources in Oregon. We currently have over 145 unique habitat types found in our state parks, including all 12 key habitats identified in Oregon State Wildlife Action Plan that provide important benefits to Oregon species of greatest conservation need. We've also documented more than 600 species utilizing state parks, including fish, mammals, birds, amphibians, reptiles, invertebrates, plants, and algae that are at risk or of conservation concern. So as I mentioned earlier, funding for OPRD natural resource programs is currently very limited, but has a lot of potential for growth. Allocations from the State Agency Program Fund would have a very large impact on our ability to fund projects to restore native habitats, support critical fish and wildlife species, improve water quality and quantity, assist with bioremediation, and restore ecosystem functions, all of which that have been impacted by PCB contaminants. So shown here is just a short list of examples showcasing priority program and project needs at OPRD that overlay with the terms in the Monsanto settlement. Although this is not an extensive list by far, I just wanted to demonstrate the diversity of needs and the opportunities for restoration, remediation, and planning on state park lands that would have a large impact and extensive benefits to the natural resources of Oregon. Here's a little bit more detail on how habitat restoration projects would work if funded and meet the goals of both OPRD and OERF. For forest and woodland restoration projects, our goal would be to improve forest health and provide critical species habitat, conserve species and habitat connectivity, reduce the severity of wildfire, improve air quality, and help build climate resiliency. And we would propose to do this by thinning of dense stands or overgrown understories, creating fish and wildlife habitat features, utilizing controlled burns when appropriate, conducting post-disturbance restoration activities, removing invasive species, and restoring native plant communities. And all of these actions would benefit populations of key species of greatest conservation need whose home is in our parks. OPRD manages tens of thousands of acres of wetlands and riparian habitats that provide important habitat that's critical for migrating and breeding birds, mammals, amphibians, reptiles, and fish, many of which are at risk or critical species. But these habitats are also extremely important for improving water quality and quantity by filtering sediments and pollutants, promoting bioremediation, recharging aquifers, moderating stream temperatures, sequestering carbon, and reducing flooding events. So with funding, OPRD could work to restore wetlands and riparian habitats on state park lands by removing invasive species, replanting with climate resilient native species, reestablishing habitat connectivity, and implementing protective measures, and improving hydrological processes. Now, not knowing exactly how the state agency program funding would be administered, our focus has not been on funding staff positions, although we are very open to that option. Our implementation strategy has been more focused on contracting with conservation partners and businesses who have restoration expertise, so the funding benefit would be spread to more than just our agency. As I mentioned before, State Park manages a lot of land and ocean shoreline, which provides critical habitats for a great number of fish and wildlife species of conservation concern, although there is no dedicated funding for monitoring and conservation efforts for these species. State agency program funds would be used to establish a species monitoring program to identify what species use parks, track population trends, research what those factors are, limiting species recovery, and implement targeted habitat restoration efforts to help increase populations of these species. A funding source is also needed for expansive, hazardous, or dangerous marine debris response and removal for Oregon's ocean shores. This program would focus on beach cleanup of scattered large marine debris caused by natural disasters or human-caused incidents to protect sensitive habitats, critical species, human safety, and to prevent severe damage to ecosystems. The Oregon coast has a number of species listed on the Endangered Species Act as threatened or endangered, and millions of visitors visit the Oregon coast a year. So marine debris removal and beach remediation is a critical need. The Sitka said State Natural Area Estuarine Restoration and Community Resilience Project was what OPRD submitted for the first round of OERF funding allocations because we think the two have very good overlap. The project would allow restoration of natural estuarine processes to 68 acres of land formerly cut off from the Sand Lake Estuary in Tillamook County by setting back an old dike. And this would provide estuarine habitat for species of greatest conservation need, restore full fish passage to 2 historic salmon-bearing streams, improve water quality, promote bioremediation, improve natural marsh resiliency to sea level rise, and increase protection for the community of Tierra del Mar. This project has been 12 years in the making with a diverse and strong partnership between agencies, communities, businesses, NGOs, the Confederated Tribes of the Select Indians, and more. The project will be fully shovel-ready by fall of 2026 with 100% design and permits completed. The only thing this project needs is the remaining $4 million. The partnership has received $6 million in federal funds for implementation of the project, but that will be lost if these remaining funds are not secured. So we're hopeful that at least some of the state agency fund can be allocated toward this incredible project at some point in the future. And our last example project is to help protect Oregon from sudden oak death, or SOD, which is a disease caused by a non-native invasive pathogen that has only been detected in Curry County in Oregon. It causes rapid death of oak trees and decimates oak habitats excuse me, that are critical to many species of conservation concern and creates a fire-prone landscape. This project would treat 85 acres of infected oak habitat at Humbug Mountain State Park to try to help control the spread of SOD in Oregon, to protect oak habitats, the wildlife that rely on them, and reduce the associated wildfire risks. So our hope is that OPRD can take advantage of some of these agency program funds to make significant improvements to the land, air, water, and species found in Oregon state parks, and that in turn, it will provide outstanding success stories and extensive engagement with the public for both of our efforts.
Great, thank you very much.
No problem.
Well, we're right on time, folks, but does anybody have a quick question about parks? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council members, members of the public, know that these slide decks will be posted on the website sometime soon. So you can look forward to going through them at your leisure. So let us move to item 3, which is the agency program fund proposal. And I'll turn it over to Rachel to kind of, are you giving us an introduction?
I'm just getting tech set up.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna get our team, our first group of agencies up here.
Yeah.
And hand it over to. So.
We'll turn it over to Jeff. And just, you know, for the public, I think, you know, council members know this. At the last meeting, we asked GNRO to work with the agencies to come up with proposals to present to us today. And council members sent thoughts to our staff about what they would like to see in these proposals, and, you know, any kind of sideboards or focuses, whatever. And, you know, I will say that the proposals and the introduction that I think you're about to hear definitely reflect that they were listening to those. Those thoughts that came and requests that came from council members are all available online if you'd like to look at them. So Jeff, you want to kick this off, and then we'll talk about some of the process for this, and then turn it over to council members for discussion.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it. For the record, Jeff Huntington from the Governor's Office. I've had the pleasure to work with Annette Libby, who's joined our office for 6 months on this project, and Shonda Ferrari's been integral in behind the scenes and isn't here today. But we worked really hard with a great group of agency folks. So I'm just going to tee them up, and then I think we have a pretty sequential way to walk through the 12 proposals that are pending. And if you have your packet, I think we're doing it in order of of what appears on that on the spreadsheet that has the identifiers for each. I think each of the agency folks are going to take a couple, 3 minutes just to summarize it. And then what we're hoping for today, recognizing that it is the council's decision ultimately about whether to fund some of the requests in this package that we put together when we meet again in June, is to hear your thoughts, your questions, things you like, things you're wondering about. If we could get a summary toward the end of the process from you, we then have a couple of weeks, I believe, to go back as a group, make some adjustments to the proposal that was put together for this informational session, and send it back out to you all for consideration and discussion at your June meeting. And I think there's going to be an opportunity for some discussion, whether it's led by ERC staff or our office with interested stakeholders, so that if there's a feedback loop we can get from some of the folks that have been really fundamentally engaged and as partners from the start of the creation of the legislation that went through the legislature in 2024. And then I think as we have been thinking about eligibility criteria, all that needs to be brought together for you before you make a decision in June. So that's our hope. You know, I think if you read my memo, I haven't gotten to say this a whole lot in my career, but this is a really big moment for Oregon's environment. There's just an energy in this room, I think, and in the conversations we've been having about this is the beginning of 100 years of investments in things that we need to do, that we would like to do, that agencies, for the agency fund piece, have consistently had on the wish list, but because of the immediacy of operations and things that go on in a regular budget cycle or criteria for federal grants or whatever, we just never are able to get to. I say that recognizing that the other significant piece that is starting 100 years of investment will be the community fund, which will really operate as a grant funding cycle that is not focused on the agency funds that we're here to talk about today, but will certainly allow the agencies to partner and work with community organizations, CBOs, environmental groups, soil water conservation districts, watershed councils, to do projects that are community-based and really focused on that. And then there's the tribal fund, which is just equally exciting that we are finally at a space where we can recognize the sovereignty of our 9 federally recognized tribes and provide resources that are supplementing their priorities in this realm. So what a great start this is. So, but there's a big context to it. We put out a template to the agencies on March 25th after discussing it with the council and asked them to come to us with ideas for proposals. And it was a short template. We characterized it as a pre-proposal stage, describe the outcomes, describe how it meets eligibility requirements that we worked with staff to summarize. That's in the memo that you all have. And then to identify outcomes that would be accomplished, and also a few other things that were more related to how can we demonstrate for the council, because you haven't gone through the prioritization process, what's the potential of the center of the target for the Monsanto Fund and the statute that is implementing the council's mission. We hope that what we've put together informs some of the prioritization process from the agency's perspective, but also doesn't stretch the limits of what that eligibility might be or what the council might be looking for prioritization, recognizing that you do have a rulemaking process to go through, and we want to have that open discussion so that the next time when we're sitting here, there's really some substantial guidance that agencies will have to kind of fold into a long-term plan that the council sets. So dual purpose, some immediate objectives, immediate outcomes, things that are right dead center in the target for eligibility that create a great storyline on behalf of this funding source that we can use and talk about in a legislative context or with other stakeholders. And also think about, and we did a lot of thinking about, if a particular agency funding request could be managed through a different funding process, then did we really want to bring it this time, or did we want to move it toward that other funding process? We're in the middle of constructing agency budgets and getting ready for what we're calling pipeline proposals that are in advancing the governor's executive orders. And there are other legislative concepts, one of which I mentioned earlier today, that are kind of being formulated at this point. So all of those things went into some of the directions we gave the agencies. As we were reviewing the number of requests that came in from the agencies, these were key considerations. Are they the eligibility criteria? Are they accomplishing, would a particular funding proposal accomplish demonstrable outcomes? Is it ready for immediate implementation, no matter how great a project was? If it wasn't ready to be implemented now, we set it aside, knowing that there would be future funding cycles. An emphasis on collaboration and direct benefits to partnering organizations and to organs that you could call out with ease. Supporting the implementation of existing executive orders, agency strategic plans that have been adopted by boards and commissions was high on our list. Aligning with those strategic plans and doing so in a way that was added value as opposed to substituting for other potential sources of revenue was something we talked about. And a big one was one, and I think we accomplished this in spades, and that is not committing this council to any future funding obligation besides the vote that you'll take in June in order to accomplish the outcomes. So you won't see any continuing agency programs or new programs that are starting up. Now, that may be something that you choose to do in the future, and we're excited to have a conversation about that, but we thought it best to wait until there's a more formal prioritization process. Equally important are some of the things that we thought about as a governor's office when we had a list of project funding requests that we pulled back from putting in front of the council. New programs, which I've already mentioned, are planning processes as opposed to implementation processes. Those with an elongated or uncertain plan for implementation. If they was looking at a very long, spread out 10-year kind of implementation, that was a little bit of something that we thought about. Likewise, if it was ready for implementation, but there were steps that had to occur before that could start, we thought about that. An expectation of continued funding by the council, that was an automatic out for us. And nothing in the package that we've constructed, I think, would commit the council to not only additional funding in the future, but a feeling that you were the first dollars in, and in order to fully accomplish the outcomes, there would need to be future dollars from some other place that was perhaps uncertain. And we also talked about, and I think accomplished, the idea that if funded, every funding request, every one of the 12 funding requests in this package that's before you can easily be subject to clear reporting requirements and accountability on an annual basis or whatever, on whatever timeline or incremental approach the council ultimately asks, whether it's biennial, annual, quarterly. I think we've got the capacity to gauge how the agencies are moving through with their partners toward the outcomes that have been promised for the dollars committed by the council. So that's kind of my overview, and be happy to participate in the conversation. Director Colbert, Andre's up there, Deputy Director this week, Andre Orso, OHA, Director Felden and I are all ready to help talk through things in the context of what we're trying to accomplish as council members. We did partner a lot on this, and we're excited to have it laid out in front of you.
Well, thank you very much, Jeff. And before we start, I do want to say one other thing, and that is We have already received a number of pieces of written testimony, and we will be getting public testimony after this presentation. And in order to keep you all engaged, we're keeping the public record open until a week from today, the 13th of June. So if there is anything that you hear from today's presentations that might motivate you to comment further for those of you who have already responded, or for the first time for those of you who haven't, having that deadline of a week from today will then give the agencies the opportunity to include that feedback as they're finalizing the proposals to bring to us here in June. So with that, Jeff, you want to?
I'll Thank you.
Okay.
And just
All right,
for
great.
the record, Co-Chair Dembro, Annette Liba, again, on the Natural Resource Team in the Governor's Office. So what we're going to have here are two panels for state agencies. We're going to break, as you'll note in Appendix A, the projects are grouped into 5 groupings. We're going to take a break after the second grouping to bring up the other agency representatives who have projects in the later categories. So we're going to kick it off, and if you all could introduce yourselves as we go. Thank you. First category.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, co-chairs, vice chair, members of the council. For the record, my name is Ryan Huff. Am I on now? Audio working? Okay. My name is Ryan Huff. I am a senior policy analyst working out of DEQ's Director's Office of Policy and External Relations. The Oregon Priority Brownfields Initiative is a joint DEQ-OHA proposal to expand efforts to characterize and clean up sites with known contamination. This funding would provide increased capacity to address unmet needs at many sites across the state that have significant public interest for site reuse, but are not currently being addressed because of limited resources and capacity. These efforts are necessary in order to identify the scope of contamination and then implement containment and cleanup efforts to protect human health and ecosystems and prevent further impacts to groundwater, surface water, and wildlife. Conducting cleanups will remove barriers for site reuse for community benefit projects, including those that may be related to affordable housing, green spaces, economic development, and/or habitat restoration purposes. DEQ would specifically utilize this funding to conduct the site characterizations and/or cleanup efforts using our environmental task order contractors and to support DEQ project management oversight, which will include community and tribal engagement. A list of potential sites that could be addressed with this funding is identified on a list appended to our 2-pager proposal, but that is by no means an exhaustive list of candidate sites that may be considered for this work. To identify the sites that will receive attention with this funding, DEQ, in coordination with OHA and a variety of interested parties, will develop and implement a data-driven site prioritization framework that incorporates environmental and social indicators. Our 2 agencies have a proven track record of partnering on cleanup projects, including at a site in the Lentz neighborhood of Southeast Portland, which this is the picture that's on this slide, where a vacant site that had been used for illegal dumping of asbestos-laden and other contaminated materials was cleaned up, and then in partnership with the Green Lentz nonprofit community organization, was repurposed as a community orchard providing fresh fruit, vegetables, and a gathering space for the neighborhood. I'll now hand it off to my OHA partner to talk about their role in this project.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you all again. Gabriella Goldfarb, Environmental Public Health Section Manager at the Oregon Health Authority. And our partnership with DEQ is extremely tight. They tell us what there is in the environment, and they really appreciate that we tell people what it means for their health. Those are delicate conversations. And right now, we have primarily federal funding that supports our team to do this kind of work of characterizing health risks, doing the community engagement, doing risk analyses, and for primarily Superfund sites. But with this federal funding, they allow us, when we're not working on, Bradford Island Superfund site or Portland Harbor Superfund site or others around the state, that we can use those staff to do similar work in other contexts that are state priorities. We would love to have the problem, but we would need a solution to, if suddenly the volume of such projects increases, we would need to be able to have another source of funding to support those staff to work on that. But the other thing that we found really important is supporting local communities. And so as part of our request, we do have a portion of funding that would allow us to resource local facilitators, local community organizations with mini grants while the community fund is getting up and running. We find, I think people understand that many of these sites are in communities that in neighborhoods that are disproportionately burdened by environmental justice factors, by poor health or high health burdens, and so they are often the least resourced and able to engage in these processes and to have these processes be accessible to them. So as this initial, you have a long list that DEQ provided, and part of the work will be the prioritizing which ones to head to. And we've done this in other cases with DEQ, where we look at which populations are disproportionately at risk, what communities based on demographic and health factors are at risk, and help inform that prioritization along with the technical factors that DEQ is expert in. So it's a really strong partnership, but we each wanted 2 pages of our own to explain to you what we wanted in our proposal. So if we did it totally together, we'd only have a total of 2 pages. So happy to, yes. We are sneaky that way. So in the interest of time, I'll pass it along, but those are some of the highlights of why we're super excited about this and looking forward to demonstrating this, including across a wide geographic area of the state to start demonstrating. One of the areas that has the strongest nexus to the Monsanto settlement and the impacts of PCBs and contaminants that people in the state have experienced. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Gabriella and Ryan. And I neglected to say that council members, if you have clarifying questions, feel free to ask them at the end of each presentation, but our discussion will happen after. So if you have thoughts on this, on any of these proposals, please keep them to yourself. But if you need anything clarifying, feel free to ask. Okay.
All right, testing. I think this is already on. Sounds good. Good afternoon. My name is Christina Appleby. I am the Legislative Coordinator at the Department of Geology and Mineral Industries. It's my pleasure to be with you today. So as you see on the screen here, we're talking about the reclamation of mine sites in Oregon. And this is broadly a unique and relatively untapped opportunity for restoration. Historically, the Willamette River, like many other rivers across Oregon, used to be this complex, wide floodplain of interconnected habitats. It was dynamic, it moved regularly and rapidly across its floodplain, and it created a lot of habitat for aquatic and riparian species. But as a consequence of the development that we've seen in the last 200 years of Western settlers, we've built dams, revetment, levees, changed land use, all so that we can live in these areas, in these historic floodplains of the Willamette River. But the consequence and the trade-off of that is that we've got far reduced habitat for different types of endangered species, salmonids in particular in the Willamette Valley, but many other species that depend on these types of environments. However, in the last couple of decades, researchers at Oregon State and the USGS and other institutions have identified that when we do restoration projects that involve these type of gravel mine pits that have been left closed on the floodplain, and we reconnect them with the main stem of the channel that's now much more simplified and lacks the habitat that our endangered species need, you open up huge areas of off-channel refuge, essentially, for small juvenile salmonids and other types of species. So this is where, I know we're at a bit of a tipping point and a precipice for a lot of these species, and this creates one of those last few refuges for them in terms of habitat. The proposal that you've seen in the two-pager reflects the fact that Dogami, as the mining regulatory agency in the state, already has relationships with mine owners across the state, not just in the Willamette Valley, as suggested here. We are positioned well to provide some leadership and connection between mine owners and restoration funds that we could facilitate to take on much more ambitious projects across the state. There are currently minimum environmental standards when a mine site is closed that a lot of sites have to follow, but sites from decades ago were grandfathered in and did not actually have to reconnect the ponds to the main channel or do many of these other types of grading projects that would basically produce actual real habitat for a lot of species. So this would be potentially a voluntary opportunity, a process that our staff could help. It wouldn't compete with agricultural lands. It wouldn't compete with housing and other needs that we know are adjacent in many of these areas. So it creates, a unique opportunity in that respect. The image that you see on the screen here is just an example of one of the sites that we've listed in the potential proposal, but there are many hundreds of more that could be evaluated across the state. I just wanted to highlight the fact that, you see large ponds that in this case off the South Santiam are no longer connected to flow of the main channel there, and so fish can get stranded in there. There's also large areas where vegetation just simply hasn't been able to be reestablished, whether it's compaction or soil infertility that's a remnant product of the industrial use. Those sites aren't able to naturally reestablish vegetation. In this particular example, this mine site has been closed for decades, and nature hasn't been able on its own to, metaphorically reclaim these sites itself. And so intervention is probably appropriate and actually could be greatly beneficial to providing shade, off-channel habitat, increased vegetation, mixing of groundwater that is cooler with the river surface temperatures that are warmer. So there's a lot of opportunities for climate resilience built into this. If we're funded, we'll work very closely with the Department of Fish and Wildlife, Watershed Enhancement Board, and watershed councils and soil and water conservation districts and many other groups to accomplish this work and make sure that we're prioritizing the right sites for Oregon in the short run. The last thought I'll leave you on is simply, when I was putting together this proposal, I was pretty overwhelmed by the amount of enthusiasm I was met with within researchers, environmental groups, other state agencies, and communities across Oregon for this type of work. Other folks have been trying to do this, and if we can be the catalyst to get this over the fence and get the ball rolling, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that.
And I will add on this one. This is one that when the funding request came through, we had some substantial conversation. It could have been quadruple, 10 times what is in here, but we thought we would do a demonstration for the council with the prioritization and the reporting structure to come back and show what the ecological benefits are and let you decide in the future how you wanted to relate to mine reclamation.
Great, thank you. Any questions, anyone? Okay, David? Yeah, well, we can do that, or we could do it just after each presentation. So these are kind of clarifying questions, right? Yeah. Okay. David, could you move your mic down? Yeah.
Am I on? I'm on. Back to DEQ. Can you give us a project breakdown of your proposal so that we can kind of might have the opportunity to look through what the $6 million, and if we have to piecemeal and we can't give you the entire six, we can prioritize what projects are there?
Yes. Councilmember Rock-Smith, thanks for the question. There will certainly be more detail provided, I believe, in the next phase. That's really what the full proposals that we will be bringing forward will get into greater detail. I can say that at least now, based upon a $6 million amount that we've put into this pre-proposal, we envision that roughly about 5.2 would be for DEQ, and somewhere in the neighborhood of $800,000 would go towards the OHA portion for 600? Okay. So that would, if it's 600, then that would leave 5.6 for DEQ's cleanup, site evaluation work, and the actual contracted cleanup activities. If that answers your question.
I know, thank you.
I mean, confirm, please, but my understanding is that so many of these sites, we don't even know what's there. There just has not been resources. So even the first step of figuring out which are the ones to take a closer look at is going to take a little bit of a closer look.
Well, because Councilwoman Burtisi and I were just at the Brownsfield workshop the day before yesterday. And, no, yesterday. Sorry. Weeks blend in. It was a fantastic opportunity to learn so much about the different scopes across the state, but also where and how expensive these projects are. So if we were able to, I'm just looking at a breakdown, and then to Dagami, with your request of the $1 million, would that do reclamation on all the 13 abandoned mine sites in the Willamette Valley?
Senator Rocksmith, thank you for the question. And the opportunity to clarify. So these are example sites.
Of course.
We are not tied to certainly any one of these yet, and there has to be a whole process in which we evaluate the value of each of them and the cost that would go into them. So no, is the short answer to your question. This would not necessarily cover all of these, although some distribution of the work could be done depending on, would we like to do, replanting of the riparian areas, or do we actually want to get excavators in there and reconnect channels? That would be very different cost.
So this is mainly just to give you the opportunity to do the planning, what's necessary for you to.
And some of the actual work was prioritized sites, at least for a few of them.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thanks. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name's Ivan Gall. I'm the director for the.
Ivan, no, you're not ready yet.
Oh, we're going back?
Yeah, bouncing around.
Sorry.
Ryan Hoof, back for DEQ to talk about, I believe, the next two proposals before we go down the list a little bit further. And this first one is specifically about groundwater quality protection and restoration efforts applicable really statewide. Due to lack of funding from federal, state, and other sources, DEQ has recently had to push pause on a financial assistance program for the state that has provided grants and low-interest loans to rural households that have been struggling with the cost to deal with the financial burden associated with failing septic systems. Residential and multi-use septic systems fail due to age, lack of maintenance, or impacts from natural disasters. And when they do, they can contaminate ground and surface area waters with nitrates, pharmaceuticals, PFAS, and other pollutants. The funding requested in this proposal would allow for continuation of this program that was first initiated in 2016 and has proven to be both successful and a really important resource for low and moderate income households that are facing this particular financial challenge or unable to access traditional financing options. Failing septic systems may be a sole factor or one of multiple factors that are contributing to area-wide groundwater contamination in various parts of the state. But without funding resources to address the repair and replacement needs, these become an ongoing pollution source that further delays restoration of the aquifer that often serves as the primary source for drinking water for many areas and communities. There is ongoing and unmet need for this particular financial assistance program across the state. And the proposed $4 million investment would fund repair and replacement for approximately 160 systems over a 2-year period. Again, focused primarily on low and moderate income rural households around the state. I'll pause there and move on to the next proposal unless there's any questions.
I do have one question, Ryan. Do you see yourself prioritizing the lower Umatilla area? Is there a particular challenge in that part of the state, which we know is challenged?
Yes. Thank you, Co-Chair Dembro, for the question. DEQ is proposing this as a statewide program. That's how it's been run in the past. That being said, marketing and outreach efforts from the program to really let people know in the area, let the septic providers and counties know that this program is available, will most certainly be targeted on areas like the lower Umatilla Basin, groundwater management area, where in particular we have recently established a new nitrate reduction plan for that region, and one of the things called out in that action plan is the need for this particular type of financial assistance program.
Thank you. Ethan?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And so is this scalable as well? So if it's only 2 million, it's 80?
Thank you for the question, Senator. The program is somewhat scalable. That being said, the contractor that we've worked with to administer this program statewide historically for the last number of years, Craft 3, a nonprofit community development financial institution, has generally stated to us, and I think publicly in testimony to the legislature, that $2 million per year is kind of a baseline. I want to hold them to minimum amount, but I believe that that's considered kind of a minimum for them to work efficiently per year. So we certainly have considered more than this because of the unmet need, but I hesitate to say whether we could scale lower than this in terms of amount of dollars per year. But $2 million per fiscal year, and we've proposed $4 million over a 2-year time period here.
Thank you. So scale up, not down. Great, thank you.
Or get a new vendor. That's cheaper.
Great. And then moving on, our next proposal from DEQ has to do with toxics monitoring work. Under a recently awarded EPA grant, DEQ has been collecting samples from waters and fish tissue to evaluate for the presence of various legacy and emerging contaminants, including PCBs and PFAS. But the funding is limited to conducting sampling within the major tributaries of the Columbia River. This particular funding proposal that we have before you here would provide an opportunity to complement and build on the Columbia River toxics monitoring investigation work, providing a comprehensive preliminary statewide assessment for toxics in our waterways and to help inform public health risks from certain toxics. We would be leveraging investments made in analytical equipment purchased for the Columbia River Monitoring Project, but this funding would allow us to conduct sampling in watersheds across the entire state rather than just being restricted within the Columbia Basin. DEQ would be consulting with and collaborating where possible with other state agencies and entities, including OHA, ODFW, tribal nations, on various aspects of this work, including the project planning and identification of target species and sampling sites where the collections would occur. Data would be made publicly available in a variety of formats and would be used to inform priority areas for potential restoration and development of toxics reduction strategies, as well as to potentially inform OHA on potential fish and shellfish consumption advisories if they were warranted. If funded, this project would close an important gap in resources for monitoring of emerging and legacy bioaccumulative contaminants around the state. I'll pause there.
David.
But that would be, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, that would be a continuation. So you would be initiating, the 2.1 million would be initiating this new monitoring and would need to be 2.1 million every biennium.
Senator Smith, thank you for the question. This would provide an assessment, we believe, for statewide. It would certainly would need to be continued if you wanted trend data over time. That being said, we believe that just having the initial data set is highly valuable, even if there wasn't ongoing funding, because that would then allow us to identify areas that maybe would justify focused studies where there are potential hotspots or contaminated areas that deserve further investigation.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you, Co-Chair Dembro. I'll just add in the clarifying space around this piece in particular on the Columbia, this is the kind of work that's happening already on the Washington side, some of this assessment, and they've done it in collaboration with tribes, and it's led to more information about where there are areas of concern for fish in particular, and it's work that we've not been able to do as strongly on the Oregon side. Requests have been made over many years to DEQ and the Health Authority to do more of this work. on the Oregon side because of the gaps that Ryan mentioned that we have in information and data, just to even know like where should future dollars be focused for actual cleanup. So this is a really necessary first step in just understanding the situation on the Oregon side.
Whoops. Had too heavy of a finger.
Thank you. And this next one is going to really, again, illustrate kind of the complementarity and coordination between our agencies on this work. DEQ's role is the cleanup, right? The characterization and the cleanup, and then there's and then what happens. And so they give us the data, and the initiative you just heard about it will be super helpful for us to take a look at where around the state there are more places that we need to be helping people understand how to consume fish in a healthy way. But the next steps are to have us take a look, working with community to identify where people are actually fishing, who's fishing, how are they prepared, what are they catching, how are they preparing the fish, and then how do we communicate most effectively with them about safely eating fish, which is a really important source of protein to the diets of a lot of families for whom this is not recreational fishing, it's subsistence fishing. And the idea that consuming these freshwater species are one of the most direct ways that PCBs are in a recurring manner getting into the bodies and affecting the health of people in Oregon. We know from national studies that the fishing, that there are barriers of language, of access to other traditional sources of data and information that need local connections to overcome. So while we have this great data from DEQ traditionally, and we're developing great relationships with ODFW in terms of collecting fish for us, and the local fish biologists know where people are fishing and are a great gateway. It's really working with local partners like community-based organizations, local public health authorities. It could be whoever is integrated in that community, local community health workers, for example, who are trusted and can talk to community members and have health risk-driven fish consumption advisories be a possibility. The additional resources that we would bring through this initiative, we'd be collecting fish tissue, getting that analyzed, sharing that data with our agencies. So it would be, we would coordinate on where we're looking to invest. And in particular, this is important for tribal communities who disproportionately consume higher quantities of fish than the population as a whole. So the idea is that we would be filling places where, because of the mission of the Natural Resource Agencies to focus on cleanup and on fish and other wildlife restoration, their missions, well, as much as they cooperate with us, they aren't focused on that upstream or rather downstream action to work with people. The resources that we're asking for would primarily be contractual funding. So that would be to provide grants to local partners to do that outreach and education on site. Also signage, permanent signage in the right languages and with the right non-visual communications. That's something that we've never had a lot of resources to do. With funding that we've had since the state, when we were able to stand up our state-funded healthy fish consumption program, we also prioritized providing grants to the 9 federally recognized tribes, all of whom requested and are receiving those grants. And for example, in the Umatilla, they are looking at how they can recover a freshwater mussel population as a first food. So this is also, again, an example of the kind of work that we'd like to be able to do that takes us past the cleanup point.
Thank you, Gabriella. So that this would be a way to mitigate the harm of the toxicity in the waters while we're at the same time trying to clean up those waters.
Yeah, thank you, Co-Chair Dembro. Yes, it would mitigate that harm, and we also have a different lens than the environmental agencies, because for environmental agencies, they're looking only at the harm, and we're looking at the health benefits of fish, and it really is really important, and people don't eat enough fish in their diets. So that's another lens that we would bring, and it's tied specifically to PCBs as the most common contaminant, beyond, in addition to mercury, that is the basis for our advisories.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, time for Ivan.
I'm going to get a nod of confirmation before I jump the gun again. Ivan Gall, I'm Director for the Water Resources Department. Really appreciate being here. I'm here to talk about a proposal for statewide backflow prevention, education, inspection, and a testing program. So backflow prevention devices, there's a couple of them here pictured on the slide, are mechanical devices that are put in line between a source of water, be it groundwater or surface water, to prevent the backflow of chemicals or fertilizers into the source of water itself when the irrigation or water distribution systems are being used to move chemicals out onto fields there. This program would protect Oregon's rivers and aquifers from contamination from fertilizers and other chemicals. Oregon law requires the installation and maintenance of backflow prevention devices on irrigation systems connected to groundwater and surface water sources when these chemicals or fertilizers are being applied through that irrigation system. However, while the devices are required, we don't have a program or designated staff for any education, outreach, or testing of backflow prevention devices. We did a really interesting and comprehensive pilot effort last year in the lower Umatilla Basin groundwater management area. We conducted about 750 wellhead inspections, found that about 170 or so systems were hooked up to the chemical or fertilizer distribution systems there. We had very low compliance before the program. By the end of the irrigation season, we had nearly 100% compliance there. So we've shown in that quick pilot to be very effective out there, and what we're looking to do is expand that statewide. There was some recent legislation passed that expanded our authority from just the groundwater backflow prevention devices to surface water. So those need to be incorporated into new rules there. With the $775,000 proposed, we can create this statewide program with updated rules, outreach materials, inspect irrigation systems in the other two groundwater management areas in the state, and work with partners across the landscape to further this education and outreach there. So happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Ivan. Okay, seeing none, Jonathan.
John Sando, Oregon Department of Agriculture. When we heard kind of around this project, this fund, and had the opportunity to do it, kind of put forward projects, this was the first one that we thought of. This was the first one that we were like, this is where once in a lifetime kind of funding and opportunity can really make a difference for not only in the immediate, but across a timeline that, I won't say 100-year timeline, because we'll have to update these before then, but across the timeline that is a once in a generation opportunity. Kind of building on the context that we set earlier on, we do all the education and training around pesticide use, the laws, the regulations, the safety side of it. And within those training and education materials, some are wildly outdated. None of them are translated into, primarily Spanish or any other kind of language. And they're all very kind of static technical documents, not great for adult education and, use and purposes. And so when we looked at this and thought, how are we able then now to really lean on that, maintain and enhance language that's in the settlement agreement, that forward-looking capabilities and capacities, we looked right at this program. I was like, this is how we do it. This is how we are proactive. This is how we set people up for success. And this is how we can mitigate to the best of our ability that when we're using, chemistries across the landscape, be it for restoration management, be it for agriculture production, be it for just homeowners, that folks have the best knowledge and best training that we can at least provide them to start with, and have some level of assurance and kind of baselining that, if and when anything does happen, it is, it's other factors and not something that we can kind of really work through on a proactive front line. Pesticides, we have, all classes of pesticides, right? Your Clorox wipes, your dog, flea and tick medicine are all registered pesticides in the state. But really when we're talking about the licensing and training, we're really talking around the restricted use classes, the other uses of these chemistries around. But just having the capability to better train, better inform, and better prepare our applicators out there in languages and methodologies that fit a vast wide learning, different learning styles and needs is really where we can start making a difference. This is one of those early investments that we can, look at enforcement, trend lines. We can look at how we're able to measure the success of really looking at, the updating of materials. There was a push in the legislature to also fund this. This is a really, kind of a tough place to get a big kind of infusion of funding that is required to get this up and going. And so we were really excited to be able to bring this proposal to line it up pretty well with the settlement terms, and then really have this, early and often kind of conversation around being able to set these folks up for success and really work across the entire landscape wherever these applicators are working.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Yep. Question, Jonathan, is this funding to be implemented by ODA, or is it contractual to do the materials?
Great question. I wish we could say we could do this in-house. That price tag would be much higher. We will definitely contract the components of this out through entities that we can find through RFPs. There are higher education entities that can do a lot of this work. We do a lot of partnerships with folks, and so yes, this will be contracted out. The maintenance and the continuation of, once we have these in a digital modern format, we'll rely on the the pesticide fees that we get to maintain going forward.
Great. Okay, thank you, first panel.
I'm staying.
Oh, it's like a dance. All right.
Choreographed for your enjoyment, doesn't matter.
While the dance is happening, Annette, would you just take 1 minute and explain the buckets that you created for all of these proposals to fit into? Because I think that a large scale, there was some categorization that's happening here that maybe hasn't been real apparent as we've gone through the two. And I surprised you with that, I can see.
It's okay. Thank you, Jeff. And again, for the record, Annette Liba. So I initially reviewed all of these proposals and tried to categorize them thematically. So the first theme was around site cleanup, remediation, redevelopment. The second one was around, and I had labeled it reducing human exposure to contaminants, but I did take some constructive feedback that you've already received from the public, that it was really not just humans, it's an environmental exposure to contaminants. Next, we're going to hear about projects that remediate impaired water bodies. And then we're going to, hold on, I've got them organized. Then we're going to hear about improved protection, improved environmental protection and resource management. So that'll be how we round out today. All right. Jonathan's up again.
Or are we going to go reverse order maybe?
It's a little mixed. I just didn't want to make you move.
Oh, well, thank you. Jonathan Sando, Department of Ag. The second project that we're excited to bring forward today is, we can't come to this council with this settlement agreement and not talk about water quality and our water quality program. And this funding request and opportunity really sits alongside already state invested dollars. So we work with the soil water conservation districts, other partners across the state to do a lot of the implementation of, Senate Bill 1010 and water quality work within ODA. We get $650,000 right now in general fund from the legislature, and that work is very prescriptive to be able to go out and work with our partners to do the technical assisting and planning with landowners to say, here's what you should do, here's what you could do. And it stops there. There's EQIP dollars, there's OWEB dollars, there's NRCS dollars that can come in at different scales with different criterias. But what we're really excited about with this funding opportunity is to look at, say, can we lay this funding right next to that $650,000 through the same kind of grant process that we're already doing, and then be able to go out and have these partners say, and now here is some funding to help cost share the initial implementation to start getting these projects moving, to be able to look at this. And so really this is augmenting a lot of the work that we're able to do by taking it from that, going out and helping folks, saying, here's all the great things that we could do, to say, okay, now we can actually help move some of these projects into implementation. That can look from the riparian vegetations to off-channel watering to all these types of things that kind of keep the sediment, all the different particulars out of the waterways for water quality purposes. And so that is really kind of how we were looking at this through the lens of really being a force multiplier with an already state investment money, but also then actually moving the needle into the implementation side of the equation.
Thank you, Jonathan.
And I think this was another program where it could have been much larger. So we asked, and there was some prioritization put to it almost as a demonstration on how it might fit and how the council could get some input back on outcomes accomplished in case that there was a decision to kind of make this an ongoing discussion for you in the future.
And I want to acknowledge I missed an entire category, habitat and landscape restoration. So we will next go to ODF&W.
Thank you, Annette. Good afternoon, council members. Sarah Reif. I am the Habitat Division Administrator at the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. And I have with me my colleague, Holly Purpura, who is the Environmental Restoration Coordinator for ODFW, which is one of the positions that was given to ODFW and DEQ as part of Senate Bill 1561. And I introduce her because if you ask me any really detailed questions, I'm going to need to phone a friend. So we have two packages in the agency program fund request. This first one is around charting a future for cleaner water in some priority watersheds. So this proposal invests in landscape scale habitat restoration across 4 contaminant impacted priority watersheds: the Rogue, the Umpqua, the Santiam, and the Mid-Willamette. And we picked these river systems because they support at-risk species like freshwater mussels, Pacific lamprey, and many amphibians, species already stressed by contaminants from runoff, agricultural chemicals, wildfire debris, and other non-point source pollutions. So this package is really a compilation of partner-led projects across the 4 watersheds. And what really sets this package apart is the scale. The scale of the projects is quite large. There is a focus on restoration of habitat for at-risk species through a contaminant lens, which oftentimes we're just looking at what is the habitat requirement for these species. But this time we really looked at it from a contaminant impact and how do you abate the impacts, mitigate the impacts of those contaminants on those species. And also for the co-benefits that these projects will provide to drinking water systems. we recently took the Fish and Wildlife Commission on a field tour of the Alameda fire scar, which it significantly impacted the communities of Talent in Phoenix, Oregon. And the impacts were visual and obvious, but what struck me even more was the hidden load of contaminants that were released into the waterways from the burned structures. And what also struck us when we were out there is the strength and the diversity of partners that are working together to recover both the community and the ecosystem that the communities rely on. The need is great, as we learned when we were down there, and the Oregon Environmental Restoration Fund's support would, I think, really make a meaningful difference in those communities. So that is the first package.
No questions?
Don't see any. Good.
Great. Now for the second package, this project focuses on two of what I consider to be Oregon's A-list celebrities of the mud and muck, the lamprey and freshwater mussels. And now these may not be your classic charismatic megafauna, but give them a minute. You'll love them by the time we're done. These species live right in our river sediments, which unfortunately puts them on the front lines of contaminant exposure. Their unique life histories, lamprey spend 7 years in the sediment before they emerge. And so they spend years either buried in or resting on the riverbed, and this makes them especially vulnerable to the pollution that settles there on the river bottoms. And contaminants directly contribute to their decline, and they also affect the people who rely on these species, especially as first foods, so especially our tribal communities. And that's one of the major reasons why this work really matters. So in this proposal, ODFW will partner with DEQ, OHA, with tribes and others to better understand the contaminant impacts on these underappreciated superstars, identify priority restoration sites for these species, help inform those consumption advisories that you already heard about, and advance recovery efforts for these at-risk species who, by the way, are also candidates for listing on the federal endangered species list. I will just note that what we're talking about here is something that we're in very close conversation with DEQ and OHA. It's harmonized with the projects that you already heard about. It is not duplicative. We're really excited to see DEQ and OHA's proposals in the package because it allows us to really kind of zero in more while they're looking statewide across a whole bunch of different species that communities rely on. We get to enhance that work and zoom in more specifically to the lamprey and the mussels. The data we'll collect will expand where we are able to test for contaminants and give a clearer picture of where it is or where it isn't safe to consume these culturally important species. And this package also supports the priorities of the Columbia River Intertribal Fish Commission, or CRITFIC, and we'll be working with the Xerxes Society. And we'll be, in a lot of different places, but including places like the Crooked River, the John Day, and the North Fork of the Umpqua. So we're pretty excited about both of these projects. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you for bringing these two creatures into the conversation. Molly?
Yeah, this is very interesting. And you said you were going to harmonize this with OHA and DEQ. So are these species going to be part of that aquatic species toxic monitoring program that we heard about in Panel 1? Or is this an additional sampling endeavor?
Thank you, Council Member, for the question. It is a part of, in terms of DEQ expanding their laboratory capacity, OHA expanding their work to notify the public. So it is in addition to the sampling that they are talking about in their statewide programs and getting more specific into some of the habitats where lamprey and mussel specifically occur, which might be slightly different than a lot of the community fishing spots in and around the urban areas.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Sarah.
All right. We're on the home stretch.
Turn it back on. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. My name is Parrish Edwards. I am the Adaptation and Resilience Program Lead at ODOT, and I'm joined today by my colleague, Kara Glover-Cutter. She's our hydro geo-environmental research lead in our research section at ODOT. Thank you. I may also be phoning that friend. So our proposed work could significantly blunt the impact of 6-ppdq in Oregon. This is an emerging contaminant from road dust that's been directly linked to salmon die-off. What we're calling for would pool limited resources, but the benefits from all of the deliverables of this work would be relevant to every state, local, and tribal transportation entity in the nation. It's really rare to have the opportunity to monitor highway runoff across the state system, let alone evaluate the performance of our existing stormwater filtration infrastructure, just because it's so expensive. While the focus of this project is on 6-ppdq, several other common runoff pollutants that degrade water quality, pose threats to fish, other aquatic organisms, and human health will be monitored as well. In what we've proposed, there are several state co-beneficiaries and collaborators involved, including DEQ, tribes, and ODFW. Their habitat conservation planning may be informed by the results of this work. These groups will play key roles in site selection for monitoring and provide technical advice across the life of the project. ODOT is currently leading 7 other states in a national 6-ppdq pooled fund project with federal highways and the USGS. The project we've proposed would directly benefit Oregon, but it also supports the national effort in 2 key ways. It will assist the development of a predictive model that could be used nationally and improves the statistical power of the national predictive model by adding to the number of Oregon-specific monitoring sites. It's a mouthful. And Oregon has the opportunity to use these project funds as match for additional funding from federal highways. It's just really serendipitous timing. But this could boost the national pooled fund to more than $9 million, which adds even more potential for more Oregon and Pacific Northwest sites to further optimize the predictive model so that we can really home in on where to focus prevention and mitigation. In terms of what it'll accomplish at a high level, we're going to know more about the degree of our 6-ppdq contamination problem. We'll know where the best places are to address the problem. We call these hotspots. There may be cheaper chemicals to measure that coincide with 6-ppdq, and we're going to come away with what these proxies, and be able to use them as lower cost alternatives for testing. And that's critical cost saving information that's beneficial to everyone. We'll be better positioned to comply with any future regulation of 6-ppdq. There's pressure on Caltrans from their DEQ, and they're currently struggling because they lack information about where and how to mitigate efficiently and effectively with a highly constrained maintenance DOT budget. The outcomes we expect for this work position Oregon very differently, with a predictive model for 6-ppdq hotspots across the state, which means we won't need to monitor everywhere and we can focus on mitigation. We'll know how well our current stormwater filtration methods mitigate 6-ppdq and advance low-cost improvements. There are big wins for the state and all the agencies and entities that are concerned about this contaminant. In terms of service to disproportionately impacted communities, ODOT has a stewardship responsibility to protect critical cultural and socioeconomic resources. Because of the cultural and spiritual import of salmon to tribes across Oregon, they're disproportionately impacted by threats to salmon survival. 6-ppdq is tied to mortality in coho and has detrimental, if not lethal, impacts on other salmonids and aquatic species. We're learning more about how 6-ppdq becomes aerosolized and travels beyond the roadside, not only to surrounding water bodies, but to soil, vegetation, and the air. It's an emerging contaminant of concern, and that means that there's still a lot we don't know and that we'll learn about the impacts to specific species and to human health. The proposed work would position Oregon to more readily reduce negative impacts as we begin to know more. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Could I ask a question? You know, it wasn't until about a month ago that I'd even heard 6-ppdq.
I've heard that 20 times.
And could you explain a little bit about what's the origin of it in the relationship to, I hear, tires?
Yes.
One, and then Sarah, maybe you could talk about the sensitivity of the aquatic species and environment to that chemical just 2 beats?
That'd be great. Sure. So 6-ppd quinone is a tire rubber additive. It's meant to reduce ozone exposure and cracking and wear of tires, but it does oxidize over time and degrades into tire dust, which accumulates on roadsides. ODOT's responsible for all that runs off our roads, and we own the land around it that's meant to filter out those contaminants. Unfortunately, there's acute toxicity, and we're learning a lot more about how bad and what's sensitive to it.
Yeah, thank you. And I would just add to Paris's explanation, in the Puget Sound in particular, there have been some significant mortality events where migrating salmon have encountered pulses of stormwater runoff where 6-ppdq was identified as the primary contaminant, and it's believed that that is the reason for those significant die-off of those migrating populations. The extent of impact, where, which species, et cetera, for Oregon is understudied at this point. And so that's really why we were super excited to see ODOT bring this proposal forward. It's going to be very beneficial to us. We are also part of the working group as well. So it's all just to the benefit of our understanding and our ability to respond and mitigate and help hopefully inform industry's next move to try and, eliminate the impact at some point.
Thank you.
Just to add on to this, I think, Mr. Co-Chair, you may remember, I think we've had legislation in the building since 21 about this subject.
Yes, I think that's right. But it's only been very recently that it's really hit the public, I think, in the media. Yeah. Thank you very much, Paris. Okay, we go back to Gabriella. Yeah. You are our last presenter, Gabriella.
Well, actually, I'm going to be tag teaming with my colleague Stephanie Page with OWEB, and this is another edition in OHA being sneaky. When we had this opportunity to suggest ideas, something that's always at the top of our list is Oregon's very small water systems. Under the Federal Safe Drinking Water Act, EPA regulates and makes funding through the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, funding to help water systems with 15 or more connections. In Oregon, we have state laws that regulate between 4 and 14 connections. So these are very small systems that have to meet water quality, drinking water standards, but they are not eligible for that funding. And many of the violations that we see in our public water systems are with these very small systems that are very resource constrained. One tool to help them both protect their drinking water and avoid really costly treatment is to make sure that their source water is protected as much as possible. So OWEB recused itself from putting in proposals initially for this round of funding. And so this is a program that the legislature stood up that is going to sunset at the end of 2027. When the bill was introduced, OHA's name was on it. And we said, we can advise about where it's important to do this, but we don't know anything about acquiring land or easements or conservation agreements. That's our friends at OWEB. So, we will partner and support them in implementing this. So we put in this proposal because it's a public health proposal that we also see has kind of a triple bottom line. So it's not only protecting human health, but it's protecting water quality and habitat all at the same time. So it seemed like it would be a good fit for this opportunity. So I'll turn it over to Stephanie.
All right, good afternoon, council members. Stephanie Page with the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. So the mission of OWEB is to protect and restore healthy watersheds and natural habitats that support thriving communities and strong economies. And we do that by administering grant programs. And that's what makes this grant program such a great fit for the agency. It connects with healthy watersheds. It also supports the communities where these public water suppliers are located and helps them protect part of their watershed. So we're really excited to be a part of this chance for small rural communities to proactively protect sources of their drinking water. It's really difficult to clean up drinking water once it's become contaminated. So we're excited about this preventive opportunity. We, as you heard, first got this program in 2023, and the program received a one-time investment of $5 million in grant funding, and the program is staffed with a limited duration staff position that's a part of our acquisitions team and has just been a great addition to the agency's acquisitions expertise. So we've really been excited to partner with Oregon Health Authority, DEQ, EPA, and several nonprofit organizations and public water suppliers to implement this program. So this proposed investment will provide funding for communities to acquire land through a fee simple purchase, easements, or covenants. This is all from willing sellers. I want to emphasize that. And it will allow communities to protect, restore, or enhance a drinking water source. In terms of specific outcomes, we would expect to see 1 to 3 grant-funded projects depending on the cost of the individual projects. These projects involve complex real estate transactions, and we work closely with the communities that receive the grants, and together with our partner agencies provide technical assistance to communities to navigate that acquisition process. Past awarded projects have shown that another benefit is likely that they will leverage other sources of funding, including federal funding sources such as the Forest Legacy Program. The program also has an important connection with rural communities and lower income populations. Those are focus areas for the program, and the communities served by this program are often disproportionately impacted by environmental justice issues. So I'll wrap up there and happy to take any questions.
Any questions about this? Yes, Leah.
I had just one clarifying question. Does this program then only serve those systems that are 4 to 14, or can it serve systems that are larger than
Can
that?
serve larger systems, absolutely, yes.
Thanks.
Yes, Molly.
Again, just kind of seeing some connection between what we heard in panel 1 and panel 2. This is about land use, but the previous panel had failing septic tanks, which are also an issue in these types of things. Is there an opportunity at all to think about how that would be coordinated together so that you can get more bang for your buck, so to speak?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Kyle. I think, we all, and the governor's office coordinates the natural resource agencies, and OHA and ODOT are honorary members of that club. And so we are always looking for ways to kind of reinforce and coordinate those types of activities. So that would be another great opportunity.
Okay, well, thank you all for, these very illuminating and I think exciting descriptions. Annette, thank you for coordinating this. Anything wrap up you have to say?
Well, I think, thank you for that question. I think we're really interested to hear the council's discussion, and so that we can refine what you've heard today in advance of our June 22nd opportunity.
Great. Okay.
I think the presenters are all going to stay around in case you want to call them back up to talk about something. Yeah. We're happy to do that. And I just note, not many meetings that I go to that we're 20 minutes ahead of schedule. Thank you, Chair Dembro. That's wonderful.
Well, we would be more than 20 if council members have nothing to say. I suspect that we may lose that.
We may lose that, and that's from my perspective. That is exactly what we want. We want to lose that time by having a discussion and calling folks back up and talking a little bit about what you've seen and what you're thinking and what we need to do. So we're happy to engage in that.
Okay. Yes, sure, Jen.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Since we ended with you, Annette, I do have one other question about the buckets that you briefly were able to talk about. Did those 5 categories really emerge from looking at the proposals that were received and the themes that you saw come out of those proposals? Or was the origin of those more from the from the Senate bill, from the original settlement language, from somewhere else?
Thank you. I appreciate the question. No, they really originated from what I saw in what was sent to us in terms of ideas and suggestions and projects.
Yeah, and that was kind of purposeful. We went to the agencies with a template that said, all right, so you can see the legislation, you can see the eligibility requirements, and if we're talking about, outcomes and not starting new programs, tell us what's top of your list. And then there was the sorting. It happened pretty naturally to do that, and we thought it was kind of interesting as we can kind of let this council chew on that as part of the rulemaking process on prioritization. Maybe it'll fit, maybe it won't, but it was just an example of how we could float up what the agencies are seeing, which is what the agency funding category of money is for. So how do we pick off those key thematic areas? I don't know, Debbie, you might have something to say about that too.
Okay, I think I'm on. I just wanted to say that, I think there's been discussion at different points with the council about the shiny stuff and what I see here and I saw with the natural working lands proposals is that, having a fund that's focused on the agency work gives you a chance to look in total at what you can do. And so no disrespect to DEQ in terms of like Brownsfield cleanup, maybe not the shiniest, but boy, it is like so important and it is a legacy that we are living with. And then I just gotta like kick down some love to Dogami because I gotta tell you, they threw me a curveball in there. I was like, I'm loving on them right now because it is shiny and I didn't even know there were that many of those out there that we could be doing stuff with. So again, I think that, it kind of reinforces this idea of thinking about the agency proposals as a package, right? And kind of different than what you might be able to do as a council elsewhere. So I feel like very excited and just so blown away by kind of our sister agencies and the proposals that were put together. I think it's exciting to envision that we could get going on some of the things that are out there that are not happening right now as we sit here. And so, again, a sense of urgency and excitement about what's been put together and just gratitude to the governor's office.
Yeah, and thank you for that comment, Director Colbert. I would also want to just acknowledge all of the work that went into all of the proposals. We really tried to pick the ones that rose to the top in terms of sense of urgency, met the settlement agreement terms or intention. So there are other really great ideas out there that, might come back to you at some point in the future.
Right. This is a program that, fortunately, if we do things right, we have funding for a long period of time. So that's great. Okay, well, thank you. So let me say, before we go into our discussion of this, we have a break scheduled at 2:30, but I'm going to use the chair's prerogative to call the break now so that I can really enjoy and participate in this discussion. And so, sorry, staff, for throwing you a curveball here, but I feel like this would be a good time for us to take our 15-minute break and for council members to think about how they would like to, the comments they'd like to make as we evaluate these. So with that, I am going to put us into recess for 15 minutes. So we'll return at 2:25. Great.
In the break room? Oh, okay, you did.
Yeah, it's the problem with the breaks. You know, somehow the breaks are more enjoyable than the meeting. I don't know what it is.
Oh.
I will. Okay, so I'm going to be really seeking your input, council members, on your reactions to what you're seeing in these plans and what you've heard about the plans. And in order for us to be able to give some clearer direction to GNRO in terms of the preparation of the final proposal that we'll be addressing in June. And I will say that if we do go forward with this package, if that's our decision, then we're also, staff is going to be preparing for us a set of emergency rules. Is that what they're called? Temporary rules, yeah. So to authorize the next step, which will involve going to the emergency board, the legislative emergency board, in September for authorization. Because these agencies, because this is the agency fund, they do need to go through the legislative fiscal process for position authorization, et cetera, et cetera. So that's kind of what we're looking at there. Jeff, one question that came up is, so what is the total amount that we're looking at? Can you remind us of the total amount that we're looking at and how it's kind of, some of it may be dependent on what the final returns are this year? I don't know if that's a question for you or for Nicole.
Well, I can do part of it and Nicole will do the rest. So that we had discussions about the fact that I believe out of if you just are talking about the agency fund, there is $15 million that has already been transferred into the right account from Treasury because the fund has been in existence now for a little while, waiting for this to get all set up. And then the council identified a funding stream that has not to exceed or is approximately about that amount every year that would be this agency fund piece of the interest. So there's another $15 million anticipated to be transferred to the right account before the end of this year. So we came in with a request that totals $29,875,000. And I don't know if you noticed some of the differences between the two pagers and the amount that was on the slide. Some of those were reduced and adjusted in order to have it fit within that budget. What will happen between this meeting and the next is we will talk to the agencies about number one, establishing a little more clarity around their budget about what will be spent in the current biennium that would have to go to an e-board request, and what remainder of if you approve it, of their request will go into the governor's recommended budget for the next budget biennium. So we'll do that, number one. And then number two, we'll come back and frame a proposal for the council's action that would make a portion of the request contingent upon the money being transferred from Treasury to the council on such and such a date. So that we would all know when we walk out of here in June, if something unexpected happens with the interest accumulation and the transfer of that money, what will fall off the table automatically without the council having to come back and reconsider and do something. Nicole, did I get it?
You did get it right, correct. Thank you.
Yeah. And so really what we're looking at here for this package is it's a two-year request, right?
Yes. Yes, it is. That is correct. A 2-year request from the council's perspective.
Correct.
And we did that in part because I think in the last meeting, we've talked about the agency fund being administered on a biennium basis. So you'll be doing 2-year requests going forward so that they can be folded into the governor's recommended budget and not have to go to emergency board and do all of this extra stuff.
And Co-Chair, could I add one clarification that agencies do not have to expend the dollars within the biennium. So the allocation is for this biennium, but the spending of the funds can happen over longer than one biennium.
All right. Well, let me start off by welcoming Co-Chair Sams, who has been able to join us. He joined us at some point in the first part. Great to see you, Chuck. Let me just open it up to reactions. Molly?
I'm happy to go first. First of all, I just really do want to applaud everybody for coming up with incredible projects that really do kind of hit over a lot of the home plate that we're trying to articulate with what the intention of the settlement is and everything else. So I think, every single project is just incredible. I think part of what I would like to talk about and know more and did not ask during each of the panel discussions per the instructions that were given to us is these are big projects with quite modest budgets. And so, to talk about brownfields and only request kind of $6 million, my question really is, what would be accomplished with this request? Are we looking for those shovel-ready projects that just need a little bit of money or a big chunk of money to actually lead to those measurable impacts in the short term and be truly the one-off requests that we were kind of talking about with this off-cycle request? Or some of these seem like they're planning, and then we come back with the full proposal based on just kind of the cost of doing some of this work. Some of them did seem to fit into something that would be a discrete shovel-ready project that would lead to those measurable outcomes with the budget request, and some seemed like bigger. I was a little surprised not to see, given our briefing in the section 2, when Oregon Park and Rec said, like the Sitka Sedge State Natural Park only needed $4 million to get over the shovel. I was surprised that that wasn't in the package if we're looking for those types of shovel-ready projects. So I guess that's kind of the outline of the questions that are circling in my head is what are we really trying to do with this specific request versus what we're trying to kind of figure out in the longer term as we decide what the council guardrails are going to be to projects, because they're all worthy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's a very fair question. And Jeff or Leah, okay, yeah, Vice Chair.
I just want to uplift Molly's comments and add to them. I have questions around like the shovel-ready project readiness and what we really mean by that. And for some of these projects, do the agencies even have the staff or capacity to start them from the beginning, or how long from getting money to actual shovel-ready? Like, what does that really mean in context of these projects?
Leah, you want to?
Yeah, Co-Chair Dembro and Vice Chair Holliday and Co-Chair Sams. Maybe I'll start off, and while I'm talking, invite Ryan to come back up and get into a little more specifics on that. I think at a high level, when I look at some of these projects, the brownfields might be a little more in that shovel-ready category, but I actually wouldn't characterize all of these as what we think of as shovel-ready in terms of removing contamination, shovel-ready. I think they're shovel-ready in that we know that these are sites where contamination exists that is a harm to public health. But, in terms of being ready to get on the ground and say, excavate or cap, I would say that's not where all of these are. Where they are is at a place where we know there's a problem that we've not had funds to be able to do the assessment and evaluation. So in some of these circumstances, I think, it could be that we're defining more the boundaries of the contamination, the extent of the contamination, what would the cleanup take? And that is a step on the brownfields piece that helps investors for these properties, right, who are interested in redevelopment and kind of want to know what they're getting themselves into. And so that we can notify the community in the meantime, this is the risk of this site. No, you shouldn't be playing on this empty lot, or, so on and so forth. Some of the, the ones that get into assessing, in the Columbia River, for example, the toxics, some of the issues there are that we have known contamination sites, some of them even with known responsible parties who are currently in a cleanup process or are, under agreements to conduct cleanup. And we have staff that are already working those sites. But again, sometimes we have a boundary issue where we don't know where the boundary should end. And of course, a responsible party is going to say, this is the boundary because this is where we've operated, but the contamination doesn't respect that boundary. And so it's a broader issue on some of the contamination sites when we want to be sure that, fishing is safe in these different areas. But Brian, I'll let you take it a different level if you want on the brownfields questions that Molly was asking.
I will try. Thank you for the opportunity. And yeah, I think I'd like to start by just noting that the supplementary list that we provided is demonstrative of potential sites that we might be able to address. The list could be much, much longer. We know there are literally hundreds and hundreds of sites around the state that have contamination. The sites that we put on that list in particular are sites that by and large are areas that we believe are ready for us to engage at the level of doing the site investigations and in some cases even actual cleanup work. So that's why we wanted to provide that subset. Which sites we actually move forward with, first and foremost, we want to do that work in consultation with OHA, with interested parties and communities to determine what their needs are and which ones to prioritize. Because as you've noted, Councilmember Kyle, the amount of money is not going to be able to hit all of those sites that we listed there by any stretch. The cost per site varies widely depending on the complexity and the circumstances. And so part of the decision-making that we will proceed if this is funded is trying to hit on areas that are of great interest to communities, that have outcomes that we can achieve in this time period of just a couple of years. And what I really look forward to is demonstrating the effectiveness and efficiency by which these funds can be put to work for the good of communities in short order.
Great. Yes, Debbie.
And I think, kind of as agencies, we can be kind of building those kind of specifics out in, kind of whatever comes back to the council. And I guess for me, I was thinking of things not so much as kind of shovel ready, but discrete. That these are a set of discrete things that we can do. So when I look at the 6 PPDQ work of ODOT, that's not a shovel ready project, but it does meet this discrete deliverable that we needed yesterday, so that we know for future work, whether it's leveraging federal dollars or doing a project with a watershed council or coming back to this council, we know where we need to work. And so again, less of the shovel ready, more the discrete, in terms of this first package from my perspective.
That's a good distinction. I'm the one that started the shovel-ready conversation, and when I say shovel-ready, I think about our capacity to implement and move forward, as opposed to not having the capacity, but having the dollars and getting organized and having to go through 2 steps or 3 steps before we can begin to move forward with a distinct and discrete outcome. So.
Great, thank you, Ryan. You know, I will say that I think brownfields are probably going to be a part of this program for a long time. You know, just to remind you that brownfields is something that was called out specifically in the settlement. In fact, it was the first example of the work that needed to be done. And same thing in Senate Bill 1561 and all the legislative discussion as I reviewed it. All we talked about was brownfields, actually. So I suspect that that's going to be with us for a while. And I really support us including that in this first package. But I see a hand up from Representative Helm. Ken, welcome.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, and hello, everybody. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person today. Not so much of an observation yet, but I may have missed the discussion earlier on the, and you may have already answered for my question, but it sounds like we're considering the list of projects or purposes as a package. Does that mean what we've just been presented with is the package, and we either accept the package or accept a package with some of the items that we just saw taken off? And a corollary question would be, is there going to be a B list of other items that we could spend money on that if we decide we, as a council, would like to wait on one of the areas that were presented for another time, that we can replace those with other projects at this time in this process?
Yeah, I would say that's up to the council if that's where we want to go. But, certainly the GNRO is going to be listening to the comments and the concerns that we raised today, along with public testimony in crafting the final package. That's my sense. Jeff, you want to say something?
Yeah, I think that my understanding is this is a one-time discussion with the council that was purposely set in place so that we can establish funding criteria and prioritization, not criteria, but prioritization in anticipation for the next funding, for the first funding cycle or the next funding cycle of the council. So we certainly did not come to the table with a package that contemplated that you may decide in September or December of this year to fund some more agency practices or agency projects, because the budget process for the next biennium will be baked. We will have gone through e-board stuff. So we certainly saw this as a one and done process based on the conversation that happened at the last meeting. If there are projects that we have proposed that missed the target, the council certainly, we want to hear that, and we will listen to the public as well. As of right now, we had some pretty extensive conversations about what we, as agencies, a group of agencies, wanted to bring to the council for consideration. And ordinarily, we might not have included an Appendix B that said, and here's other stuff we talked about, but decided not to ask for funding for. But we felt like this time around, because it was an unusual process, we wanted you to be able to see that as a point of discussion. I think I want to listen to today's discussion and would have to have long conversations with directors of the agencies about whether projects we had taken off the list for the reasons that we expressed in the memo and we can talk more about here are put back on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Vice Chair.
I know that we are at 2:45 and supposed to move on, but I do have two comments, and I hate to hold us later than 5 p.m.
We're going to go to 3 p.m.
Oh, perfect. Perfect. Okay, so I have two comments. One to that, Jeff. I will say I'm disappointed to see the OHA environmental justice mapping tool not on this list, especially because the bill does charge this council to consult with the Environmental Justice Council, and the tool is connected to that council. So that is something I'm sad that is not on Appendix A. And then a question for somebody in this circle, I'm not quite sure who has the answer. Is the September E-Board meeting the only opportunity to get these funds out in this funding cycle? I really, and I don't want to take the wind out of the sails, because I really appreciate the agencies and these important projects, but we still don't have a baseline understanding of what our strategic priorities could be. And so are there other opportunities, or is it really September is the last time and it's a race to September to do this?
On the second point, it's not always a given that there will be an E-Board consideration of packages at the December legislative days. And so that is not a given that there would be. So that is one reason for setting that September, if we want to be sure to get it done so that the agencies can then begin to implement in this biennium, then September would be my advice that the council accept that as a deadline we shoot for. But maybe more important is that almost all of these proposals have a continuation of funding into the next budget biennium, which needs to be included in the governor's recommended budget, which will be locked up by the time we get to September and October. We're getting pretty close to print. And so there's a lot of work that happens behind the scenes with Debbie's agencies or Leah's agency to create budget policy option packages that have to be fully fleshed out, move through an administrative process, both on the executive branch side and with the legislative fiscal office, and then into the governor's rec budget. So postponing is a bit of a problem. Before we even come back to you in June, they will have divided out their budgets on potential projects so they can submit them the day after the meeting. Excuse me, I'm getting over a cold and I keep losing my voice. They will have gone through their budget process, so the day after approval, if council approves a particular project, they can turn around and put the policy option package into the funnel of the budget process for next biennium. So it gets pretty tough if we don't.
Right. And by December, the governor's recommended budget will be out.
It will be out, yes.
Yeah.
It goes to print sometime in November.
Yeah. And how about Cheyenne's first question around the EJ mapping tool?
Yeah. We had a lot of discussion about that, and I'm going to look to Gabriella and I'll let you start, and then it's something we talked a lot about. I will say that in the statute, the Environmental Justice Council, which the governor's office is responsible for, and we're staffing and actually working to do a facilitated process to move that council through to having an effective mapping tool and having priorities for the strategic work of that council and the way they relate to agencies. But the statutory role of that council is to advise on the prioritization process for this council. And every one of our agencies, and Debbie and Leah can talk to this, have strategic plans and plans that they go back and forth with the EJC individually. And so it's not like there is no connection. There's a substantial connection there. You can speak to the mapping tool and the how prepared or not prepared that is to actually have the funding request of what the funding was for. And you're better able to talk to that than I am.
Thanks, Gabriella.
The song? How about now?
Yes.
There we go. So again, Gabriella Goldfarb, Oregon Health Authority. So when the governor's office says what things might be possible with this amazing 100-year resource that we have, give us the things that are top of mind for you. The environmental justice mapping tool, which OHA with DEQ and a number of other academic and agency partners is staffing the Environmental Justice Council in the development of that tool. And so that's top of mind for us as something that's going to be very important for community, for tribes, for agencies to help inform, especially in a day and age when some of the federal tools that we used to rely on to answer questions have been eliminated. And also, we've never had one that's specific to Oregon and that gets to a scale that really is smaller than a county scale. It's, census block scale. So in that enthusiasm, we threw that into the ring. But the reality is that the tool itself is not going to be ready until the end of 2027 in terms of a go live. And it hopefully at the end of 2026, OHA, which has been coordinating a methodology work group, very broad methodology work group, will be handing over the what should be in it to Oregon State University to mount that in the Explorer program. So this is all to tell you that there's still a long road to go. Our lead for the environmental justice mapping tool, Eric Main, is on every single agenda of the council, of the Environmental Justice Council, working through with them and getting their feedback and guidance about what are the important indicators to be measuring, what are the data sets that we need to have reflected. So this is all to say this is going to remain as a priority. It's not quite ripe yet for this funding cycle, but it's an important thing to get on kind of the radar and be aware of it.
Mm-hmm.
And just to add to what Gabriella said, this project proposal was to do community outreach and outreach with agencies on how to use the tool and what the appropriate uses of the tool are. So it was not an investment to help deliver the tool. Exactly. So it's really an investment that would come once the tool is available. So it's really a timing issue.
Yeah, and thank you. And just to give an example, we have seen examples, for example, California has its own tool, California EnviroScreen, and there was critique of that tool because some agencies were using it as kind of a box to make decisions. And you might have a census tract that has a higher income population overall, but there's a pocket in there that is really deserving of an investment or a prioritization. And so agencies need to know how to use a tool like that appropriately. Also for community, as user-friendly as we try to make it, this is complex technology. So how do we support people who have questions to be able to use this public investment to answer their questions? They need support, and that's a lot of what we do at OHA in general with environmental and health data. And a lot of these questions revolve around, how do we maximize the wellness as well as reduce the burdens on community? So that's the idea behind this particular proposal. It was to have kind of a technical assistance capacity once the tool is done.
Thank you, Gabriella. I see that Andre has his hand up. Andre, is this an issue you want to comment on?
Thank you, Chair Dembro. I just had a comment on a separate matter, and thank you, Gabriella, for explaining the EJ mapping tool concept and the progress we're making on it. First of all, I just want to thank the governor's office and the state agencies for putting the package together. It's very thoughtful, and I believe that all of these proposals are going to have an impact towards the purpose of the settlement agreement. And I guess I just wanted to make a comment for clarification, for consideration of the council, in that this first funding round of approximately $30 million is in the first 2 years. Is that correct? So that's the cycle we're thinking about. And some of these projects, like for example, the healthy fish consumption program expansion would be like 1.4 million for 4 years, So that wouldn't need to come back again in the next funding cycle, and that could make space for another project or proposal that's in Appendix B that wouldn't make it for this round. So that's my understanding, and I just wanted to get some clarification for that, so the council knows that not all of these projects are going to have to be refunded in 2 years, and then that's going to make space for some of the more the other projects that didn't make it this round and are equally as deserving and meet the purposes of the settlement.
Great, thank you, Andre. Ken, can I go back to you? Was there a particular project in Appendix B that you were particularly interested in or wanted more information about?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. No, I'm really just looking ahead a little bit at how the council will be doing its work in the future. And I know this is our first go round. And by the way, I'm enthusiastic about a lot of the proposed projects, and I'll talk about that later if we have time. What as a legislator who has watched commissions operate and agency budgets be formed for a while, I'm cautious to skeptical about doing things in packages. It reminds me of omnibus bills. So you get stuck with some good things that you like and some things you're a lot less enthusiastic about. And I don't want that to become the de facto methodology that this council takes up. It becomes, I don't want us to be a rubber stamp club. And I'm not saying that that's what's starting to happen here, but that's the origin of my question, Mr. Co-Chair. So I'm just vigilant about that issue right now.
Yeah. No, thanks for that comment, Rep. Helm. And I will say that, I think I made the comment at our last meeting that this round of investments can turn out to be very informative of what we want to include in our rulemaking, for this agency fund. We're going to learn from this experience. And I think that will help. It'll help to guide us in what we want to take from this experience and include it in the permanent rules, and what we may not want to. So thanks for that. Senator.
Thank you. And I was told I need to speak up. Is that better? Okay, there we go. Normally I'm not told I'm quiet in the room.
Same.
Right? I want to add to what my colleague Representative Helm said. When it comes to packages, I want this council to be able to have an opportunity to look at individual projects and evaluate and so forth, but we don't have time to do that right now. I am grateful and I'm very appreciative, and trust me, to those watching, I don't always agree at all in my decade in the Oregon legislature with a lot of the agencies and their proposals. But this is a very thoughtful piece of work that we have in front of us for an opportunity to move forward with really realistic goals and projects on the ground. A lot of that being able to set up, just as I'm looking at the first one, the Oregon Priority Brownfield Initiative project from DEQ. That's going to lay the groundwork for substantial work that we just discussed at the Brownfields Conference. I really appreciate the agencies diving into this project as you have, because you really brought a broad spectrum of opportunities that will have significant impact, positive impact across the state. And I appreciate, Jeff, the discussion when it comes to the timeline, because as a member of Ways and Means, we don't have time. And I think that you really hit a home run, all of you. And again, I don't say that lightly, because most of you know that, with what you have proposed here today, and I'm grateful for your work.
Thank you, Senator. Actually, I think, Debbie, did you have something you wanted to say?
I was just going to circle back on Vice Chair Holliday, just mention that it's so interesting that we're all trying to navigate how agency budgets get made, but the other thing that we do when we put in our policy option packages, so any new investments, which all of this money would be, right, if the agencies were approved, we also have to go through a process where we respond to all of the EJ Council and the governor's tribal affairs on how those investments relate back. So no matter what we do here, that whole process will also play out on all those dollars. So it's just kind of interesting that we find ourselves as agencies in this cycle when we also have our whole other existing state process as well. Just wanted to just make you aware of some of the other things that happen as we do our budgeting.
Great. Molly?
I've already spoken.
Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thanks, Jen.
I appreciate the time crunch, and if it weren't the case, I would have questions about several of the Appendix B projects that I'm really curious about. But I respect the timeline. That said, I think that this package that came forward, as it was described, gave us a really fantastic look at agency priorities. Top agency priorities won't in every case completely equally align with the intentions of this fund. And so, unfortunately with the just unusual, hopefully one-time chicken and egg situation we're in, where we're making this decision before the strategic priorities, for me, it would be useful in the next iteration to see more about not just how the proposals that were advanced fall in certain buckets and align with the categories of agency priorities, but really align with the categories that we're starting to see from the original language. And I'll just quickly say I have a real deep appreciation for much of the public testimony that was presented that in a very thoughtful and detailed way went into the exact language in the settlement and in the Senate bill. And just as one quick example to bring up, the water quality bucket, that's a pretty clear priority in all of the early language, and yet was the smallest category in the proposal package. And so when I look at Appendix B and I see that there's a creek restoration project, an estuarine habitat restoration project, I get really curious with information that we can't look at in this printout about why some of those projects weren't going to move forward, and if maybe there are elements of some of the projects that did move forward that speak to those what feel like real core issues from the original language. Thank you.
Great.
Can I ask a question? So just to work that a little bit further, because I really appreciate it, and I think that you're right. We didn't use exact language on the eligibility criteria, and I think we'll work so that the next iteration you see that. I think the template, and I think I put it in the memo of the 9 things that we kind of boiled, and I worked a little bit with Nicole on this. It was used in the tribal discussion for eligibility criteria.
And the Tribal Nation Rule Fund, the eligibility.
Tribal Nation Rule Fund took that big settlement language and kind of boiled it into 8 or 9 things, maybe 7, I can't remember. So we picked that up, at least for consistency, of something that maybe the council had talked about, thought about as a way to boil down that settlement language. We'll make sure that we tie back to that in the final funding proposal. I think that's a really important point. And I also think that as we're considering as a council the prioritization process, it might not just be that prioritization process touches on types of ecological benefits or outcomes tied to certain eligibility criteria, but also a process component in the eligibility criteria. Has anything that comes before this council as a request for funding gone through a series of gates before it ever arrives at the council? I think that one of the things that I've spent a lot of time thinking about is when we were developing this legislation and writing it, we very clearly made the distinction not to blend the funds that would be available for community grants and who would be eligible for that and what the council might set as eligibility criteria for that grant fund. And we didn't blend that with the agency fund or the tribal fund. So I don't think that a single set of prioritization criteria have to be applied across all of them, all three funds. And actually, it's really two. Tribal one is pretty set in statute. But rather think about the agency budget process, how you can be sure that this council, as a member of the executive branch of the state, is aligning with the priorities of executive orders or strategic action plans that the agencies have to do, or key performance indicators that they're supposed to be working within when they bring proposals to the council. And it may be that you don't choose in the future to fund something, but we want to make sure as it's presented to the council that it goes through certain gates for consistency. At least with the agency fund. The world is wide open on the community fund and how that grant program is set and administered. But it's a tricky kind of adjustment to be having state agency funds coming to the council in the context of their budget process, along with all of the other things that Debbie's talking about for consistency, and aligning that up, and not having a pick and choose or a competition so that she's competing against DEQ and they're competing against Dogami for a limited pot of money, as opposed to kind of working it out. And we spend a lot of time as 14 agencies with directors in a room. We were just in a room together in person on Monday talking about how to collaborate and how to coordinate so that we can come with a cohesive idea when whatever we're doing, not just these funding proposals.
Great, thanks, Jeff. Co-Chair Sams.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just actually going to kind of reiterate what Jeff was saying. You know, having been a public land manager for feds, tribes, and now for the entire region through the Power Council, you know, so many times when funds come through, it becomes highly competitive among agency heads. And what I really enjoyed in reading through these was how the agencies really talked about a couple different things. One, what they were doing with other agencies in partnership to get their projects put forward. And then to me, the more important issue around connectivity and ecological function, what would that do and influence that ecological function beyond the lands that they may be responsible for or manage, and not going to the baseline denominator that we've set for ourselves in any type of reclamation project, but how do we do above and beyond that so that we truly are restoring that to a level that is more mimicking nature. And so I can see the work that was put into that by the agency heads, their discussions internally with each other, collaboratively. But I also agree with the representatives here about not, and the senator, for not wanting to do something where we're just rubber stamping entire packages. But I think they just need to demonstrate to us how they're working and integrating together to make this happen so that these dollars that are being spent. I've also had conversations with the tribes as they're preparing to do theirs and looking that, you know, their money not only could be used within the exterior boundaries of the reservations, but they could also be partnering with state agencies off reservation to continue to protect our usual custom places and stations that we share in common with the citizens of the state of Oregon, and how that money would be much more impactful in the long term in fulfilling their, not only their treaty obligations, but many of their stewardship obligations that they see for themselves in how they've set up their own tribal governments around a natural resource economy. So I appreciate that the work that the governor's office is doing in their relation to tribes and how that relationship should grow and build, but more importantly, how we are looking to use these funds as restitution, which to me is restoration of where we were in a functioning ecosystem across the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. Leslie, did you have anything you wanted to bring in?
Sure. Thanks for volunteering me. Didn't raise my hand. I appreciated hearing all of the project proposals. I thought they sounded aligned with the language in the settlement agreement and the purpose of the bill. One thing I'd love to see, and maybe I just didn't see it because I didn't parse the materials closely enough, is kind of a rough proposed timeline. Not obviously, unforeseen things happen when you're getting these projects rolling, but I think to the point that some other council members brought up, with this kind of emergency funding or, temporary rule structure and funding getting out of the door, I think all of us want to see as immediate of impacts and as tangible of impacts as we possibly can. And it is, I don't have the background to know like that if we fund this brownstone project, it's going to take this amount of time to do the initial planning portion and at month X is where we're actually going to see shovels ready and hitting the ground. And so I think having a better sense of the proposed timeline from each of the agencies for each of the projects would be nice.
Boy, I think that's a great recommendation. Leslie, is that something you could do, Jeff? Yeah. And, make it as realistic as you can, as opposed to optimistic, if you know what I mean.
And yes, with the admonition that you're going to be reporting on your progress back to the council, so you don't want to be overly optimistic, right?
Real world. Molly?
So actually, kind of the points that I wanted to raise were raised. So I do really appreciate hearing that Jeff and from Co-Chair Sams and also Representative Helm, because I think that's also part of my mind. I really did like seeing the coordination between a lot of the agencies on these projects. And I think there's even opportunities to really expand on that a little bit, just picking one of those projects. All of them, again, are worthy, but like that Dogami Abandoned Mine project, overlaps probably with state lands or rec lands or ag lands. So it was presented as a standalone agency, but it really does overlap and uplift perhaps the work of more than one just agency. So being able to see that kind of targeted, collaborative, shared responsibility, restoration, I think is just lovely. And I think that is actually completely in the spirit of what this settlement is trying to do. I also wondered if, thinking about some of those discrete projects and hearing that was the criteria that was being used to select this, is it better to fund some of those discrete projects a little bit more so that they are actually sustainable for a longer period of time? And the ones that kind of popped out looking at the list, like the failing septic tanks, 4 million is going to get you 160, but there's probably 500, 600 that need it in the state. Is it better to do maybe a fewer projects with deeper funding that would then say, hey, this is set, go, instead of having to also always scramble every biennium is a thought. But that does kind of go to the idea of maybe a few of those discrete projects are fleshed out a little bit more, thinking about how they are co-agency benefit, maybe funded a little bit more so that they do become more sustainable, or there is a more measurable outcome at the end of it, like what Leslie just mentioned as well, because it would be nice to see measurable impact at the end of these assessment projects.
Thanks, Molly.
I think they're all great. I have no idea how you're going to choose.
I think that one of the things we were trying to do also in this was to give the council some examples of what was possible. And so that led us to take a mining proposal that I'm looking at, Annette, maybe you don't remember what the total package was that was requested by the agency, but we had a long conversation with the director of the agency about what would be an appropriate demonstration project for the council to see how you'd get this done on the ground with outcomes and collaborate with ODFW on selecting sites and things like that, knowing that if you're successful, you can come back and the council may be into a 10-year funding package for you. Same with brownfields, same with the septic, same with the backflow prevention. There's a lot of opportunities for the council to decide over time that you want to go deep and narrow with commitments to projects, or to kind of have a more broadscape set of projects that maybe will last 3 or 4 years, and then you'll be looking at progress and outcomes and measuring whether it's accomplishing what you want, or you want to begin to, move in a different direction. That's all on the table. I think for this first one, we felt like we didn't want to just give you an example of a few things and a lot of rejections.
think that's a very helpful explanation, Jeff. And, just to remind us, we're at the beginning of this process, right? And again, we're going to learn a lot from what comes of this, out of this group of proposals. We will, as we're getting into the more long-term rulemaking and strategic planning discussions, have to be thinking about, what percentage of the project should be short-term, which percent should be long-term. How do we create that mix? But it's really, it's too soon for that, for this first round. But I agree. I think we're going to learn a lot.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Ken.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I wanted to very quickly add my thanks for the inclusion of some projects that have struggled at the legislature for funding. And I think that's an important thing to point out, and I hope we're able to keep track of it in the future. But projects like the pesticide applicator training, the source drinking water program, and the septic system program that DEQ mentioned with Craft 3, those have all come and gone at the legislature at least one time or more. Some of them have been programs that we started and when we had funding, and now we'll be languishing without additional funding. And so that tells me that those types of needs out there can be fulfilled through this fund when no other funding is available. I mean, when your last ditch effort is to go to the legislature and ask for some general fund to do some of these projects, that you don't have any other better sources, because general fund is not a great source over time. And so I appreciate seeing these projects that should have been general fund funded in the past, and some of them have. But as we go forward, this criteria, I think, of have tried at the legislature and come up short will be a good one for us to keep our eyes on.
Thank you, Ken. And I will say, from my perspective, everything you said supports my affection for omnibus bills and packages, which my record will show. But I think for exactly that purpose, there are certain programs that come before the legislature that they don't have a path, but as part of a larger package, they make sense. And I think that's true for many of these. So, yes, Leah.
I'll be brief. I just wanted to observe, when I'm sitting in these meetings, I try and really put my council hat on, even though I'm statutorily here because of my other hat. But as a council member, I just wanted to appreciate, a through line that I saw through all of the agency proposals is community investment. And all of these projects really have such close the outcomes are really benefiting lower income, marginalized communities and our tribal communities. And I see that in all of these projects. Putting my DEQ director hat back on, I've also had 20 years to get to know not only my budget and stakeholders and interested parties, but those of the other agencies as well, and been in a lot of their meetings and interactions. And these are the issues that get brought to the agencies for attention, and where attention is needed by community members, and we are constantly disappointing with lack of funds, right? And making those requests, and they don't get through. But just that's what I see here in these agency proposals are the things that we've wanted to fund for a long time. We know it's work that needs to get done, and the communities tell us it needs to get done, and we haven't had the funding. That's why they're kind of ready to go. They're known. They've been known, even if they're projects that need more, sampling and analysis. The general issue is known. They've been known by a lot of people in the state for many years. So I just wanted to note, I appreciated seeing that consistency through the package.
Great, thank you. Well, thank you all council members for this discussion. I think we are sending some clear messages, I think, to GNRO as they do the work going forward. We are, as we shift over to public testimony, we're also going to hear some feedback, I think. Those of you who came in with public testimony that you had prepared before this meeting, if there's anything that you heard in this meeting that you want to comment on, as long as you keep it brief, that would be welcome and will be taken into account. And just to remind you that we're keeping the public record on this open until May 13th. And I will say, there has been interest in those projects in Group B, all of them worthy projects. And we'll get the more detailed information about those proposals and get them posted for you for the record. So, Nicole, anything before I turn it over?
No, I think that's great. Co-Chair Denbo, just to note that the milestones are posted online and shown on the slide, and this information will be on our website as well, just so everyone is aware of the timelines that the governor's office and our staff and council will be meeting on behalf of this process.
Okay, then.
Oh, I get the gavel. How exciting. I don't know if I want it. And with that, let's move into public comment. Before we get started, thank you to those who submitted written public comments ahead of this meeting. Your words and comments are greatly appreciated. And as a reminder, written comments can be found on the website under today's meeting date. Council members, as a reminder, during this public comment agenda item, we may ask clarifying questions only. And with that, let's begin with verbal comments in the room. The first three being Neil Schulman, James Frazier, and Chris Shadell. Did I say that correct? Awesome. All right, come on up and provide your comments.
I'm ready when you are. Is that?
Go.
Thank you, Co-Chair Dembro and Co-Chair Sams and Vice Chair Holliday. I'm Neil Schulman. I'm the Executive Director of the North Clackamas Watersheds Council, but also here as the member of the leadership team of the Kellogg Creek Restoration Community Enhancement Project, of which ODOT is the delivery agency and proponent in this process. It also has 27 other partners, including 3 tribes and the city of Milwaukee. We are obviously disappointed to see it in Group B, and I wanted, listening to the discussion here, and I wanted to circle back to something that was said earlier, and that was that part of this purpose of this discussion is to define what should be the center of the target for the agency fund. And with projects like this, which have been, frankly, should have been done in 1890 for the cost of 1 box of dynamite at a mule rental, like Am would have been gone. We really do have a opportunity where I think the center of the target needs to be moving very large projects that have been, frankly, going on for a lot more than a generation, but are getting close to the finish line and need that push. In the case of removing Kellogg Dam, which could have fit under any of the categories, whether removal of contaminants, water quality, fish and wildlife, the I think the critical factor is not just, is this a concise project and is it worthy, but also does this present an opportunity to leverage other funds? As I've said in previous testimony, Oregon does not have its own large source of funds for big projects, and this could be it, but we've got to be able to up the numbers. If we keep taking these big projects and piecemealing the funding, it delays the project, then the cost goes up, usually faster than the money comes in. We are in a position with this particular project where we are looking at developing a federal grant application for culvert AOP that's supposed to come out any day. We are going into it with $27 million of secured funding, only 10 of which can count as non-federal match. And that is where another place where the investment from this fund as non-federal funds can be very impactful in leveraging other dollars, as well as allowing the state to operate with its own priorities independent of the federal government when need be. So that is, I think, kind of one of the things that I wanted to center as we kind of move into this discussion about the agency fund. For the Kellogg project, which again has all these collateral benefits, I think we do need to find a way to hopefully get it get it to be a fit with the fund. I'm officially inviting you all on a tour next time you're in Clackamas County.
Wow. Okay, I can't wait for the next round of music.
Thank you.
I'm up. Go.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Co-Chair Sams, Co-Chair Dunbrow, Vice Chair Halliday, council members. Thank you for your time here this afternoon. Again, my name is Chris Shadell, and I work for the Hood River Soil and Water Conservation District. I submitted written comment already, so I'll be brief, though apparently I've become pretty notorious for trying to cram a complicated, nuanced issue into 3 minutes of public comment. Today, I simply want to state my support for the council's consideration in allocating the requested funds to the Oregon Department of Agriculture for their pesticide applicator training modernization efforts. I was elated, to say the least, to see the department submit this request and commit to this effort. A core part of our programming at the Conservation District is bilingual pesticide education and training with the agricultural workforce. Education and training that focuses on protecting human health and safety, protecting environmental quality, and meeting regulatory compliance standards. We work hand in hand with industry and state agencies, and at this point we have served thousands of people, not only from the Mid-Columbia tree fruit industry, but our programming has drawn people from across the state and across commodities. What we have learned through our engagement with Spanish-speaking pesticide applicators is that there's an incredible need and demand for Spanish-language pesticide education at the state level, and a need for the state to improve their pesticide applicator testing and licensing system so that applicators can reasonably obtain their license through a fair system. The disparate nature of the state's attempt rates and pass rates on the private pesticide applicator license exam between the English and Spanish language exams has been deeply problematic and serves no one. The numbers are not a reflection of the need or the talent that exists on farm and in Oregon's agriculture, but is a reflection of a broken system that has not yet been prioritized or allocated the resources to improve. Through partnership, the work has been identified and now is being prioritized by the state agency responsible. And with the resources allocated, it might just allow me the opportunity to be accountable to the grower community I serve, look them in the eye, and say a more fair system is coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Now I'm on. Thank you. Any clarifying questions? Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Co-Chairs Dembrow and Sams, Vice Chair Holliday, and members of the council, my name is James Fraser, and I'm the Oregon Policy Director at Trout Unlimited. I submitted a letter to accompany these comments and just want to highlight 4 points. Number one, there's quite a bit of guidance in the settlement for the strategic priorities and even a skeletal framework for a theory of change that you might use moving forward. You'll see in our letter that I tried to tease out some direction from Section 18 in the settlement by adding formatting for readability. And on the topic of that paragraph, in your last meeting, DOJ referred to the language in the settlement about project types as a list of examples. We think it's more than that and would respectfully characterize it as a non-exhaustive list of the project categories that do qualify as remediation or restitution, having a nexus to the harm alleged in Oregon's lawsuit. You all have the discretion to determine which other similar projects fall within that scope. Number two, I'll mostly defer to our letter on the topic of defining key terms in the settlement and legislation, but would briefly note that we urge you to apply the plain meaning of terminology within the context of this program and limit the exercise of reviewing other statutes to discern meaning here. Number three, we very much support the notion of making an interim distribution, and we support many of the projects described in the April 27th memo as specified in our letter. We do respectfully offer a couple points of constructive criticism on the categories and projects list. Per Annette's comments, first, the reducing human exposure to contaminants category is the only category that's not elaborated in Section 18 of the settlement. It's also slated to receive more funding than any other category. We submit that the human exposure category could be adjusted so that it's less human-focused and reoriented to reducing exposure for people, wildlife, and fish. Second, Charter Limited recommends providing more than $500,000 to the remediation of impaired water bodies category. We support the ODA project currently recommended for funding there. However, their proposed funding list would provide 20 times the amount for the reducing human exposure category than for the remediation of water bodies category. We urge the council to balance this so that there's more funding for the critical and time-sensitive need of remediating water quality to serve fish, wildlife, and people. And lastly, number four, we urge the council not to narrow its focus to harms caused by specifically PCBs or to prioritize projects expressly related to PCBs. I did not address this in our letters, but it's important to note that while the settlement is large and resolves a lot of claims, it does not address or relieve the state's claims against Monsanto Bear for PCBs at the Portland Harbor Superfund site. And you can see that in the definition of released claims on page 4 of the settlement. To be clear, this program can spend money on projects in the Portland Harbor and should address PCBs. But we just wanted to note that this fund is not intended to make the state of Oregon whole for all PCB contamination in the harbor because those claims have not been resolved. Thank you.
Any clarifying questions? Thank you.
Thank you all.
Moving to virtual public comments. Haley Brazier, you are up first. Colin Reynolds, you are on deck.
Good afternoon, co-chairs Dembro and Sams, Vice Chair Holliday, and members of the council. My name is Haley Brazier, and I am the Wildlife Conservation Specialist at the Oregon Zoo, which is part of Metro. Metro is a regional government that serves nearly 1.7 million people across 24 cities and 3 counties, and our work is grounded in a simple truth. Environmental health and human health are inseparable. Through Metro Parks and Nature, we steward more than 19,000 acres of natural areas, restoring habitats for the wildlife and people that depend on them. At the Oregon Zoo, we've spent nearly 3 decades recovering imperiled species alongside state and federal partners, while connecting millions of people to the natural world. This work is not peripheral to human well-being, it is foundational to it. PCBs illustrate why. These persistent pollutants move through the soil, water, and food web, slowing species recovery and elevating health risks, particularly in historically marginalized communities. At Whitaker Pond's natural area, Metro has partnered to remove PCBs and restore an urban wetland that now serves as a conservation classroom for BIPOC youth and families through the People of Color Outdoors Guardians program. Healthy environments and equitable access go hand in hand. The Oregon Environmental Restoration Fund is a rare opportunity to scale this work at a moment when it matters most. While Oregon's general fund is necessarily focused on core services like education, healthcare, and housing, environmental restoration has historically been underfunded, despite its essential role in supporting communities. Contaminated waterways, degraded habitat, and climate stress are not separate from public health costs, they drive them. Strategic OERF investment can accelerate habitat restoration priorities already identified in the State Wildlife Action Plan, expand existing grant programs, and empower trusted on-the-ground partners and community organizations to deliver lasting results. Metro stands ready to collaborate. We urge the Council to seize this opportunity for our ecosystems and for the communities whose health depends on them. Thank you for the opportunity to provide these comments today.
Questions? Thank you. Colin, you are up next. Cersei, Kamal, you are on deck.
Good afternoon, co-chairs Denbrough and Sams, Vice Chair Holliday, and members of the council. For the record, my name is Colin Reynolds, and I'm the Senior Advisor to Defenders of Wildlife's Northwest Field Conservation Program. Defenders of Wildlife is a national nonprofit dedicated to the protection of all native plants and animals in their natural communities. On behalf of Defenders and our over 40,000 members and supporters in Oregon, I'm testifying today to encourage the council to set strategic priorities and support agency projects that meet the overarching purpose of the fund, as described by the Oregon DOJ, which is to support projects aimed at fixing or mitigating environmental harms caused by pollution. As to the strategic priorities and pre-meeting questions posed to the council, Defenders, writing alongside Oregon Wild and the Western Environmental Law Center, submitted a detailed letter to the council, providing recommendations in line with the fund's overarching environmental focus to many of the questions posed to the council. As to the projects described in the interim agency program fund memo and discussed today, of course, Defenders was particularly excited to see the projects proposed under the site cleanup, remediation, and redevelopment category, the improved environmental protection resource management category, and the habitat landscape restoration category, as they clearly align with the environmental focus of the settlement and the implementing legislation. Though speaking on behalf of Defenders, we were surprised to see only one project and a comparatively small amount of funding requested in the remediation of impaired water bodies category, and recommend the council consider increasing resources for this category. Defenders thanks the council, the staff, and the agencies for all their hard work, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Colin. Cersei, you are up. Tawny Reeder, you're on deck.
Good afternoon, co-chairs Denbrough and Sams, Vice Chair Holliday, and members of the committee. I'm Dr. Srishti Kamal, Deputy Director at Western Environmental Law Center, or WELC. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today. Before me, Colin Reynolds already mentioned about our joint letter that we submitted together with Oregon Wild, so I urge you to please read the letter. First, I appreciate the understanding the council has in trying to get the money on the ground as soon as possible. We share that urgency, both for the important work that can go into effect in environmental restoration, but also because agencies can plan their budget for the next biennium accordingly. I also agree with Rep. Helm's comment about funding projects for the merit of individual projects and partnerships they bring, rather than moving them as packages. I wanted to reemphasize that the intent of the agency funding in the legislation is to provide long-term security for projects because recovery and restoration takes more than a biennium. Specifically, Section 10.3 of the legislation states, and I quote, "To facilitate program outcomes and continuity, monies in the fund may be committed for funding state agency projects or programs for multiple biennia. This is critical to the agencies for planning and implementation." Second, I appreciate the council sharing the list of clarifying questions that were asked of council members, which helps us follow the thought process here. We specifically responded to 3 of those questions in our letter, so I won't go through them here, but we'll speak to one of the questions on how OERF investments should weigh human health benefits along with environmental benefits. Speaking specifically to the agency funds here, whether a proposed agency project has direct human health benefits or not will also depend on the agency's mission and their jurisdiction. Environmental remediation, as required by the settlement, will and should benefit human health. But if we want the direct or indirect benefit to be explicit in every proposal, or if it becomes a qualifying criteria, then that would be challenging. To me, this question in the materials highlights the needs to perhaps consider different strategic and specific priorities for the two distinct buckets of fund, one for the community funds and one for the agency funds. Pivoting to the specific list of projects, the following projects stood out as specifically important from our work perspective, and I urge you to therefore consider fully funding them as per the request. That includes ODF&W's project titled Chartering a Future for Cleaner Water, Contaminant Mitigation, and Habitat Restoration in Priority Watersheds. The second project from ODF&W titled From Assessment to Action, Turning the Tide on Contaminants to Restore Oregon's Aquatic Species and Habitats. ODOT's project titled Research Data and Planning Tools to Prepare the Emerging Tire Contaminant 6 PPDQ known. And ODA's project titled Agricultural Water Quality Restoration Partnership. Lastly, I would think it would be very helpful to get more details on Appendix B projects as well and why they didn't qualify, because some of them definitely looked interesting and aligned. So more information would definitely be helpful. Thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you. Tawny, you're up. Caleb Lay, you're on deck.
Good afternoon, co-chairs Dembro and Sams, Vice Chair Holliday, and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment on the agency funding pre-proposals. For the record, my name is Tawny Reeder, and I'm the Director of Consumer Lending at Craft 3. I live and work in Terrebonne, Oregon. Craft 3 is a nonprofit lender who serves Oregon and Washington. We provide loans to individuals and businesses without access to the traditional banking sector. We're excited by this effort by the council in partnership with the governor and natural resources agencies to quickly deploy funds to state agencies for critical needs. Since 2016, Craft 3 has partnered with the Department of Environmental Quality to provide financial assistance for septic repair and replacement to over 500 households through a revolving loan fund. Our program shut down as of March 31st of this year due to a lack of funding. We greatly appreciate DEQ and the governor's proposal to the council to fund the program for the next 2 years, and we look forward to continuing to engage with the council as it works towards implementing its long-term plans. Septic repairs are often urgent, unexpected, and costly. Imagine the impact on the physical, emotional, and financial well-being of homeowners across the state dealing with the breakdown of something so fundamental to the health and safety of their families. This can be an uncomfortable topic, but I hope you can join me in thinking about it and prioritizing the importance of this basic infrastructure to our daily quality of life. Homeowners continue to contact Craft 3. Since we shut the program down about a month ago, we've had almost a homeowner daily submit their story through our website. We've got 30 testimonials in about a month, and they're asking us when this program is going to restart and telling us about their failed septic system. So funding through the Clean Water Loan Program as proposed by DEQ and the governor's office will allow us to restart. It aligns with the settlement goals in several ways. I explain this a little bit more in written comments that I submitted. And I just want to end by saying that we really value our partnership with the state, and we're eager to restart our work with DEQ so we can assist more homeowners with their septic systems. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Caleb, you're up. Micah, you're on deck.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak today. For the record, my name is Caleb Lay. I'm Director of Policy and Research with Oregon Rural Action. Tawny sent me up beautifully there. That was great. I want to speak a little bit to a very specific issue at the risk of being a little less helpful than all our other speakers today. Y'all are a tough act to follow. But specifically, I want to speak on the septic system issue and say, first and foremost, that this is a fantastic program. It absolutely should be funded. It's vital to rural community members, rural Oregonians all across the state. Having said that, I want to specifically call out the degree to which the lower Umatilla Basin was referenced in the meeting materials and just clarify a couple of things in the hopes that it'll prevent any potential misconceptions. Specifically, I wanted to call out that septic systems failing or otherwise in the lower Umatilla Basin are a vanishingly small portion of nitrogen loading, which drives nitrate contamination in the groundwater. The other sources of nitrogen loading in the basin, industrial scale ag, very, very large confined animal feeding operations, those might be better targets in the future for funding from this body. And I very much hope that y'all will consider that down the line. We do need a lot of resources, and those needs will be ongoing for a very long time. However, I just wanted to raise this issue in the hopes that it prevents any misconceptions. Hearing everyone else speak on this, there are thousands of people, thousands of Oregonians in the basin who are living through a really difficult time. They cannot drink the water coming out of their taps. It's polluted not only by nitrate, but also we're learning more and more about PFAS contamination in city water systems in the region. And there's been little to no testing of domestic wells in the area for PFAS as well. We've seen a really intensive degree of biosolids loading in the basin as well for several decades. So I would really encourage this body to look at additional programs that can support the remediation efforts and protect public health in the lower Umatilla Basin moving forward. Of course, I'm more than happy to offer ORA's expertise. We've been working on this for about half a decade now, and we've got a lot of information we're more than happy to share. So in the interest of time, I'll leave it there, and thank you again for the time.
Thank you, Caleb. Micah, you are up. William Anderson, you're on deck.
Vice Chair Holliday, Co-Chair Samson Dembrow, and other members of the OERC committee. My name is Micah Meskel. I'm the Urban Conservation Director with Bird Alliance of Oregon. We're a statewide conservation nonprofit dedicated to ensuring the state's natural resources and habitats are protected for the benefit of wildlife and humans alike. We have 15,000 members statewide. Today, I'm going to focus my testimony on DEQ and OHA's Oregon Priority Brownfields Initiative program, but broadly support many of the other agency requests from ODF&W, DSL, OPRD, and DLCD, and would request to see further details of all the agency requests that were not included in the governor's proposal, so the public and the committee can analyze and advocate for consideration. I've been with the Bird Alliance of Oregon for 15 years, where I now lead our urban conservation and advocacy work. Oftentimes, my work is extending upon decades of effort from my predecessors. Relevant to today's discussion, my predecessor, Bob Salinger, had been at the vanguard of efforts to advance cleanup of brownfields around the region and restore them to productive uses both for wildlife and people. Brownfields often are located near significant natural resources and low-income communities, and our efforts have focused on reducing the negative impacts to those communities through cleanup, but also facilitate reuse and restoration to provide a positive impact to the community in the future. This work has spanned advocacy around cleanup and reuse and some specific high visibility projects and local policy in the Portland metro area, but it's also extended to efforts in the state legislature to help create policy and programs. Recently, I have led our organization's efforts to dive even deeper into this work by leading the purchase, cleanup, and restoration and development of a 12-acre brownfield on Northeast 82nd Avenue in East Portland, across from McDaniel High School. We plan to build a new wildlife hospital and nature park to serve the state's wildlife and general public of the Portland metro area at the HG, the Lavelle landfill, a quarry that transitioned to a landfill and was capped and remained mostly undeveloped for several decades. An all too common story. Our effort to purchase, restore, and redevelop started with 2+ years of due diligence, a year-long negotiation of a potential purchaser's agreement with DEQ, and significant ongoing maintenance, financial assurance, and monitoring costs to maintain our site and facilitate the redevelopment, a process and barriers that prove insurmountable to most community-based organizations. The Oregon Priority Brownfields Initiative program is sorely needed to help facilitate brownfield cleanup and reuse across the state and it could be greatly improved by considering how it could better support ongoing brownfield restoration and redevelopment projects that are led by nonprofit organizations that provide a real public benefit and might better be described as shovel-ready. I'm going to list a few ideas for ways the program could better support projects like ours and reduce barriers for other community-led efforts. And also note that some of these ideas may show up in DEQ's new brownfield program concept that was not selected, but those details have not been shared. So first, on permit compliance is often difficult to navigate and includes financial investments, financial assurances to meet and implement brownfield cleanup, funding for infrastructure repairs, for example, upkeep of landfill off-gassing infrastructure, which has cost us about $30,000 a year. To help projects meet financial assurance projects for potential cleanup, DEQ could manage a trust that covers financial assurance requirements for projects that provide a public benefit.
Micah, you're
I
at
will,
time.
yeah,
Could you
I'm going
submit
to
your
submit the
written
rest
comments?
of this in written comment.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Micah. Will Anderson, you are up.
Good afternoon. My name is Will Anderson. I serve on the Milwaukee City Council as council president. I'm also Micah's neighbor, and so I fully expect if you would let him finish, he would have testified about this project too, which is just in our backyard. I'm here to speak in support of the Kellogg Creek Restoration Community Enhancement Project. This project is exactly the kind of investment that the Oregon Environmental Restoration Fund was created to support. It addresses legacy contamination, improves public health in equity-focused areas, and delivers major environmental restoration benefits. Kellogg Creek has been a community priority for more than a generation. Local governments, nonprofits, and community partners have all spent years building momentum around this project. And now we have a real opportunity to help it move across the finish line. While we were disappointed that the project was not included in the governor's initial list of projects moving forward, I strongly encourage the council to continue considering Kellogg Creek in both the current and future funding processes. I also want to highlight the broader importance of this fund. Oregon has historically lacked a really strong funding pool for large-scale environmental restoration projects. Existing programs like OWEB are valuable, but they cannot support projects at the scale needed for transformational restoration work. Projects like Kellogg Creek require significant non-federal investment to successfully compete for federal funding and to remain viable while federal funding becomes uncertain. This fund gives Oregon the opportunity to take on an ambitious restoration project that otherwise might never happen. Kellogg Creek is a chance to show what that could look like. Thank you all so much for your time and consideration. Happy to answer any questions.
Awesome. Thank you, Will. And with that, that wraps up our public comment for today. Moving into item 5 of our agenda, strategic priorities. We're going to dive deeper into what the fund's strategic priorities could be. The purpose of this item is for us as a council to establish the foundational or funding principles for the Oregon Environmental Restoration Fund. Us council members recently provided input on a series of questions designed to define, 1, the purpose of the fund and what Oregonians can expect from the investments council will make with these dollars. 2, the potential program outcomes for the agency program fund and community impact fund. 3, strategic priorities and how we might use them to focus investments in specific environmental and human health outcomes. And finally, how the settlement agreement informs the eligibility of the different projects or programs that might be funded through this. This agenda item is important because being able to communicate these ideas to fund beneficiaries, our partners, and to the general public will be critical as we start our public engagement process around these strategic priorities. Staff has synthesized our responses from the survey, and they're going to walk us through these results. And hopefully we'll have time for a discussion. I think the goal is to come to a shared understanding or agreement, or at least the beginning of a shared understanding about some of these key concepts. And with that, I'll pass it to staff.
Good afternoon again. Try that again. Good afternoon again, Rachel Thompson, Oregon Environmental Restoration Program Coordinator, and I am joined by Nicole Manis, and I will get the presentation up. So I think in the interest of time, because we had a little bit longer scheduled for this agenda item, but we certainly want to make sure that we have most of this time allotted to conversation, since I think that's really what is going to benefit council today. And we want to leave some space for discussion about consultation with the Environmental Justice Council and with state agencies, since that is something that is required under Senate Bill 1561 as part of the strategic priority setting process. And then also as part of what you all did before this meeting was a set of questions went out to you all to help further identify some of the definitions that were in the Monsanto Settlement Agreement as well as in statute, and then also to help further articulate some of the purpose of the funds and some of the outcomes that you might be thinking about in terms of the purpose of these funds. So we're going to go through some of the results of that, but I think also really trying to have a discussion between you all as council about the definition of terms. And so we'll get through some of that hopefully today, but certainly knowing that this is going to be probably a little bit of an iterative conversation between today and also into the July meeting as well. So Nicole, anything to add?
Thanks, Rachel. Nicole Manis, Oregon Environmental Restoration Fund Manager. As I was sitting listening to the agency presentations and to the questions that we're asking and thinking about sort of the next steps for this, developing our programs, developing our strategic priorities, but really importantly, starting to go out to the public and communicating to the public, to fund beneficiaries, to communities, what is this fund going to do in Oregon? We have the settlement, and as James Fraser testified, that long run-on paragraph is kind of what is our North Star here. And we're starting to interpret that. We're starting to interpret it in terms of what's eligible to come to this fund for funding. We're going to start talking about strategic priorities and program design and eligibility and project eligibility. And so I think we just want to take this opportunity to make sure that council is all on the same page about how we are interpreting the settlement. And when we start talking about remediation and restitution, do we all mean the same thing? And as we think about defining strategic priorities and program eligibility, that we're understanding the different opportunities that council has to focus these investments and to generate specific outcomes. So this is really just an opportunity for all of you to make sure that we're sort of on the same page and for staff to share that understanding. And really, as we start going out into community and start having these conversations, we're taking that shared understanding that we don't have assumptions that haven't been daylighted, or we're all kind of reading the settlement in the same way. So that's really the purpose of the conversation. It's a tough call at 4 o'clock at the end of a 4-hour meeting. So I appreciate that we're asking a lot of you, but I think we started actually having this conversation when we were talking about the agency program interim or pre-proposals. Like, we've already started this conversation, so this is really more just an extension and formalization of that. As Rachel said, we might not get to the very end of this today, but the defining of the strategic priorities is going to be the next task that you all take on. So this is really the starting point for that, and we're grateful for your guidance and wisdom as we move into this phase. So thanks.
And if I may, Madam Vice Chair, I unfortunately have another meeting that I have to attend to, and so I have to leave as we're getting into this work, and I apologize to my colleagues around the table.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah, and I guess we can open just by affirming that what we're looking for is around consensus. So do we sort of have a shared agreement on the definition or the application interpretation of the settlement? There was questions about what is the purpose of this fund? What can Oregonians expect from investments made by this council? And, I don't think we need to call a vote. We're just looking for a shared agreement coming to consensus for some of these terms. And yeah, as I said, just making sure that there is alignment on the interpretation of the settlement and on of the statute. So trying to move us all towards the center. And I think some of the survey results showed that there is a lot of consensus and alignment on a couple of things, and maybe we need to describe where there may not be clear alignment on some other definitions.
So on the consultation piece, as I mentioned, there is in the authorizing legislation and in statute a piece in which council is required to consult with both the Environmental Justice Council and with state agencies on the strategic priorities. And so I'm actually going to turn this piece over to Co-Chair Dembro to describe a little bit more on a proposed process for the consultation with both entities, actually. So Co-Chair Dembro.
Yeah, happy to. Thank you, Rachel. It's really important for this council to engage with the Environmental Justice Council. I think that's was clearly intended in the legislation. What that looks like exactly is a topic of conversation. And I had a meeting with the new president of the council, with staff and a couple of council members to initiate a dialogue that I think is really going to continue. Some of it will be very important as we're developing the rules, for these funds, and what is going to be the role of the EJC, not only for consultation around our strategic priorities, but also as we get into the rulemaking process. These are things that we're going to need to talk about. We want a lot of involvement. We want that perspective to be reflected in our decisions. As Debbie mentioned earlier, the EJC has a consultative role already statutorily mandated with the agencies. But as I understand it, that too is kind of a work in progress. They're working with consultants to really clarify how that is going to happen in practice. And just as the environmental justice mapping tool is a work in progress. But we do see, a really important ongoing role for that partnership. And we do need to think about what exactly do we mean by consultation, and just to be very, very clear about that. Does it involve us going to their meetings? And actually, I think Nicole just did this morning and did some briefing with them. They coming to us, their role with, as I said, with the rulemaking process, et cetera, et cetera. And I think it would be helpful to get council's thoughts about that. I know that for our agency partners who are here at the table, you do a lot of consultation, not only with them, but you do consultations with tribes and other entities you're required to do. And so I think it would be interesting to get your perspectives on this. Where does consultation work well? Obviously, we don't want just lip service kind of consultation, because that just creates a lot of frustration. I think the consulting partners want to feel that their input is really making a difference and is timely. And so we'll want to think about that, I think, as we're creating our rules. So I don't know, is that what you were looking for, Rachel?
Yeah, no, that's great. And I think if conversation wants to unfold now, we can certainly do that. Or, that this can certainly, again, be an iterative kind of conversation. I think because this is a requirement as we're, going through the strategic priority setting process. And I think we want to be mindful of what the timing of setting the priorities are going to be. It's just, thinking about when we would want to start the formalized process of consultation is something to keep in mind for council.
And let me just say before I turn it over to others that, we did receive a piece of public testimony. I can't remember who exactly it was from. So if it's somebody in the room, please don't take offense. But raising the question of, in Senate Bill 1561, the council is required to consult with both state agencies and with the Environmental Justice Council in setting strategic priorities for the two funds. And what is a little ambiguous, depending on how you read that piece of the statute, is whether the intention was that the agencies their consultation would be limited to one fund, or was and the same for the EJ Council, was their input needed just for the community fund? Was the agencies needed for the agency fund, or was that both of them were needed for both funds? I will say that my initial reading of it, and kind of reflective of the time, was that we were expecting consultation for both funds. Actually, I'll just say that as my memory goes. It certainly, it doesn't make much sense for us to have the agencies consulted on the agency fund, since it's going to be coming from them, probably, and EJ not being consulted on that. I think we need consultation from both on both, but certainly open to thoughts.
Molly?
Yeah, so I'd actually be very curious to hear from the state agencies how they've seen the consultation model work, having been part of the DEQ one and a liaison where I've served on multiple boards. Definitely helped me understand how this can and can't work in different models, but I'd be very curious to hear how the different models that are out there and the pros and cons of different choices for that. Whoever wants to go first. I know how yours works, Leah.
So are you, just to clarify first, are you, are we speaking to the commission or consultation with others in terms of DEQ?
Yeah, and I probably should say Molly Kyle for the record, those kind of things. But when I was a commissioner on DEQ, the collaboration and the liaison between agencies, given the Oregon way and that this works best, and as intended when there's collaboration, shared responsibility, opportunities to see, hear, and be part of the mutual decision-making around shared resources. It's not clean lines, it's not clean silos, and often, at least with the DEQ as the commissioner, you had us sitting on multiple boards, sometimes just as a spokesperson and a listener, and sometimes also as a voting member in other boards. It's actually how I got to know OWEB. So I'm curious to hear, that's the only model I know, and there's pros and cons to that, right?
Yeah.
I'd be curious how other departments and agencies have done theirs.
I can speak to that a little bit, and then we can think about how we want to relate that to the consultation with, agencies and the EJC. The Environmental Quality Commission historically has had liaison relationship also with the Board of Forestry, Board of Agriculture, and the Fish and Wildlife Commission. and has as Molly stated, has a specific seat on the on OWEB's board. And so that's been a really good opportunity for commissioners, board members of all of those entities to see the work that overlaps, understand the Venn diagram between the natural resource agencies, but also to understand, I think in some cases, the statutory limitations of particular agencies and kind of where, okay, this agency was set up to implement, these laws and doesn't really have, certain authorities over here. That's somebody else, or perhaps nobody's funded to do a certain thing, and that, can come up as well. I think, in our work, with the Environmental Justice Council, a lot of times, they are raising issues that they see come up through the community, and curious as to, okay, which agency is working this and from what different aspects. So a lot of times with the Environmental Justice Council, I think there are, multi-agency presentations when there's overlapping work going on. We heard about the Lower Umatilla Basin today. That's a great example where there's several agencies with work, that's going on there. It's, it's DEQ, it's OHA, it's ODA, and it's Water Resources Department. So, I think that, I would just reiterate, I think that with the state agency proposals, again, I really appreciated what I saw as a thread there in terms of work that I think in the future will also have connection probably to the Community Investment Fund. I can imagine just a Venn diagram there actually in terms of what community funds might get spent on that uplifts some of the things that the agencies would like to spend money on. And again, it's the kind of things to me that we see that have impacted marginalized communities and we haven't had funding to accomplish. I'm not trying to stray from the consultation discussion, but I think, perhaps being able to, show the council the current proposals and to relate them to the council's work, I think is something that we could do with this proposal. The language of the statute talks about the consultation is on the priorities. And so let's figure out our consultation process on the priorities. And I think there's, a constant relationship that we can build where the council's aware of, kind of what this council is talking about in terms of funding and how we see that protecting our communities.
Co-Chair Denbrow, if I could just add something, a reminder to council that when we develop the strategic priorities, it needs to be done after public engagement. And so the process that our council develops to consult and engage will likely become a council policy that we adopt, and it'll be a process that we repeat every time we go back to update or revise the strategic priorities. So we are thinking about a long-term process that we will likely adaptively manage as we learn more. As we go through it the first time, we'll probably learn a lot about what works and what doesn't. But just a reminder, this is something we'll do multiple times over the course of this fund. And I think the staff recommendation was to request our co-chairs and vice chair to develop a proposed approach, maybe talk to the EJC co-chairs and come back to this council with some ideas for how to do this. But if council members have other recommendations, I think this is the time to put some of those ideas forward.
Yes, I'm just, thank you for the question about kind of how it works for other agencies. And what I think of, and I mean, government to government consultation is very much a different thing. So I won't try to, that's sovereign to sovereign. But I think like the intent of consultation is conversation. And we often talk about like early, closing the loop. So have a conversation, but then also come back and say, okay, this is kind of where we're heading. So I am very comfortable with the recommendation. And I think there could be a first conversation that says, what are you thinking about? What have you observed as a council? What are some of the things that you're thinking of as priorities? And then we kind of process that. And obviously anyone will be able to comment officially, but then kind of going back and saying, hey, here's kind of in draft where we're landing and what we're going to be proposing for public comment. So it's that spirit of not just a one-time conversation, but just, and so that's why I feel like that's a good first step, is to have someone go and start that conversation.
Yeah, let me say I really appreciate that, Debbie. I think that's just the right framework. And, if people are comfortable with staff and co-chairs, vice chair, meeting with their leadership as we're moving towards refining this process, and then we would, we'll bring it back to this group. I mean, clearly, we have the responsibility for setting the strategic priorities, but we want to make sure that there really is meaningful consultation, and that will have to be kind of iterative, as you say. Yeah.
If I can just weigh in just a little bit, I'm along the same lines as Debbie. I mean, this is not the same as a sovereign-to-sovereign consultation, but some of the characteristics are similar, and it is a dialogue. And it's usually a dialogue from our perspective, or a conversation that happens earlier in a policy development before a review and comment. It is an acknowledgement of the importance of that voice beyond the stakeholders that will participate in a rulemaking advisory committee or a review and a comment period after there's been a draft. And so it's early and it's iterative, and it's in the spirit of a dialogue back and forth. And it also is something that acknowledges who's ultimately responsible. And a consultation means you have a voice and we have a voice, and we may not agree, but we are going to talk that through. And then ultimately there's a responsibility to set the policy, and that resides with whatever the body is that's doing the consultation with other entities. So I very definitely have a strong feeling that it's great to have the co-chair start that process and come back in the way that Debbie described it and you did, Co-Chair Dembro. And I think that the starting point for this EJC consultation is on the policy development of the prioritization. And that's the locus of the first step. I think if we're going to have a conversation about consultation on funding proposals, either in the community fund or on an ongoing basis in the community fund or an ongoing basis in the agency fund, that should be a separate and distinct conversation, because I think there are a lot of questions that come up there that maybe are different when we're setting our priorities.
Great. And then last point that I'll add is that we'll be developing a comparable, parallel process about consultation with the agencies, state agencies. So to meet the intent of the legislation, there is consultation with the EJC and the state agencies. So we will also be working on a policy for how this council consults with the state agencies on the strategic priorities as well, just for clarity. Great, thank you. That was very helpful. So part of the survey that council completed, I think last week, and thank you, the input was incredibly valuable. You all did a lot of work. And it was just a really helpful sort of breadth of information that you all provided on what you think about these dollars and how they're going to be used and how this fund is going to have an impact in the state. I want to be clear that we are not here to relitigate the settlement or to start opening up new definitions or starting from scratch. We really just want to make sure that we are all on the same page about kind of the use of these terms and the intent. And I think that the proposals that we saw from the state agencies in terms of how they identified or defined the center of the target for the settlement was really interesting. It actually conveyed a lot of information about how agencies are interpreting what the settlement means. So we just wanted to give council an opportunity to talk about that and make sure that as we sort of move into this next phase of strategic priority setting and engagement, that we are in fact all on the same page. So if we could just bring up the settlement language. So this is our kind of guiding set of definitions. And the settlement language in paragraph 18 says that environmental remediation or restitutionary projects or purposes include restoring, maintaining, enhancing the quality of Oregon's air, land, water, and other natural resources. And so some of the feedback that we got in the responses, we're looking at fairly confined or restrictive definitions of remediation or restitution, and some were that these are actually quite broad, that the definition included here is that remediation and restitution together mean restoring, maintaining, and enhancing the quality of Oregon's land, water, and other natural resources. And so we wanted to just give folks an opportunity to comment on that is our definition of environmental remediation and restitution about addressing harm? Is it about specifically addressing contaminants or harm from contaminants or pollutants? Or is it about the restoration, maintenance, enhancement of Oregon's land, air, land, water, and other natural resources? And I think that the shared understanding of this definition is important as we start writing guidance or writing program rules about eligibility, and as we start going out to the public and asking for their input on strategic priorities and having people participate in RACs. We need to make sure that we're taking this shared understanding forward as kind of our North Star. So wanted to open for comments in terms of our shared understanding of how we're reading these settlement terms and their kind of breadth or restrictive nature.
Can I also just add to that, Nicole, I've been thinking over the last couple of days, what Senate Bill 1561 charges us with is looking at projects that are consistent with the Monsanto settlement. And what exactly does that mean, consistent with? I'm afraid that there are, reading some of the public testimony, I felt like it was kind of a Talmudic exercise in interpreting the Bible. I will remind us that Senate Bill, that the settlement does give the state sole discretion, over these projects. And to that's a wide open kind of thing. And what Senate Bill 1561 did was it, directed the governor to appoint members to a council, to this council, who brought a lot of experience, expertise, some scientific, some in terms of agencies doing this work, others, communities being represented, in order to make these, to hear the evidence, make decisions, et cetera. And, I think we need to, and we are taking that responsibility very seriously. So I'd just like, to remind us of that.
Defer to you.
I was going to defer to you. I agree with everything you just said, Co-Chair Tembro. I think the discretion of the state is broad. It needs to be interpreted and put down how we're going to exercise that discretion and rule. I was sitting here as you were talking, trying to recall, but I believe my recollection is I have this recollection that the Attorney General testified on the bill and provided legislative history that would be very consistent with what you just said, that there's a broad discretion and that the settlement agreement was framed in order to create the broadest of discretion to the state on how to administer the settlement terms, and to interpret those terms that were up on the screen. And so I think that we do have some legislative history that may help us validate a rulemaking process that says that this body should start broad. And that's the other thing I think you may have said that resonated with me earlier, is if we do a prioritization process that gives us more discretion, the council is still in a position where on any particular call for proposals, to say in the next series of proposal calls that we're doing, we're really interested in focusing here in the exercise of our discretion because of an urgency, because of a priority that we're seeing that links to other things and lets us leverage other stuff. And then in particular with the community grant fund, there's ultimate discretion about where you're going to draw the line on what you are interested in funding across proposals that fit your call and the exercise of the discretion. So I would really advocate for us to stay as broad as possible in the interpretation of the discretion allowed by the settlement and the Senate bill, and then think hard as we are doing a call for proposals about how we want to narrow in and really drill in on how to exercise it.
Representative Helm?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. It might sound like I'm going to disagree with what Jeff just said, but I'm not. I agree with the notion that the projects that might fit the fund, particularly in the community fund component, should be very broad. We will do the most good that way. I think the trick is going to be, though, in interpreting both the settlement agreement terms and the statute itself, is we won't be able to escape some of the basic notions of statutory construction. And Leslie, please validate my now aging memory of statutory interpretation as it applies. But my old appellate lawyer self is rearing its ugly head here. And one of the things that will be a temptation, I think, to the council in terms of what stretching at times is, it's a basic tenet of statutory construction that you don't omit what has been added or add what has been omitted. And this will particularly confront us with these notions of impacts on human health, which I don't see mentioned in the settlement agreement. We want to get at it, for example, but the means by which we get at it will probably need to travel through those things that Co-Chair Sams mentioned earlier today, which is restoration of natural function and ecological function. And so that's my admonition here is don't put words in the settlement agreement that aren't there, or the statute, as much as we wish that they would be there. And I think we can do that and keep the focus pretty broad at the same time.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I just want to make one statement, which is I do find myself really returning to the exact language here, and I find it personally helpful, but I would say that I also find it very broad. So I would put myself in the category of preferring broad criteria, but when I look at this, the list, brownfield remediation or redevelopment, environmental or natural resource damage assessment or restoration, improvements to air and water quality, cleanup of contaminated sites, remediation of impaired water bodies, sediments, or soil, or restoration or protection of wildlife or wildlife habitats. That is a very broad set of categories, and the package we saw today just barely scratches the surface of all the amazing work that our state agencies are doing that very clearly falls within this language. So I certainly don't feel a call to go more broad. And if anything, I just find it very useful to look at exactly what's been delineated here. And I feel like, for me, that gives me a very satisfying broad box to move forward from.
This is a really great conversation. And I'm going to agree with everyone right now and say, I do think that the settlement agreement language gives us ample opportunity. As you saw, like, there's going to be a lot more to spend this money on than what there is, even with this historic settlement. And I think keeping it broad and then continue, I mean, you know, we're kind of having a hard time moving to an abundance mentality, right? And the reality is that we keep it broad, and then each time you are allocating and you're getting reports back about what's been accomplished, you're looking for, you know, we'll have opportunities to think, yes, we got to do some big project opportunities. We've got to lean in over here. You keep it broad, and then as you do the different announcements and calls for proposals, you can do targeted investments, right? In places where you see gaps or a need for more. So I advocate for the broad language and keeping it consistent and not adding language that isn't there, because there's still plenty to be done. And I know that really when I think about I was on rotation in the governor's office when we were writing this draft legislation. And I think the fear was that sometimes states get these big settlements and then the money gets hijacked and doesn't go back to that purpose. And so, you know, I think there's no chance of us doing that, right? I feel like there's enough sideboards in the statute that, you know, we will always gut check ourselves and make sure that, hey, are we being true to the intent here? And I don't think there's any chance that we're going to get it that wrong.
Thank you, Vice Chair Holliday. Yeah, I agree with that, Debbie, and with what's been said. I think when I think of the statutory language, first of all, it's extremely broad. It encompasses really anything you can think of in terms of environmental restoration, remediation. I think that was the intent. If it helps, I would observe, though, that to me, the language is very outcome oriented. So it is not telling us to set up some, you know, new research program, right? It's not telling us to propose a new program to the legislature and to, you know, so it's outcome oriented, right? It has to do with environmental work. So I think it's okay that it's broad, and we can keep reminding ourselves that we are going to want to see outcomes from the dollars. We got this, you know, amazing ability to get work done that we don't normally have the money, you know, to use to do this kind of work. And so I think that's our primary duty, is to ensure that this is going to projects that are going to have real outcomes. The strategic priorities, I think, you know, I definitely follow the tenets of statutory construction as Representative Helm does, and so I think about that a lot too. And so we don't want to narrow the statutory language, but we can't. That language is what it is. Our strategic priorities can be more specific. Otherwise, there's no point in having them. So I do think it's okay. And they also can evolve over time and change, as we've talked about, I think, in this council, is that those don't have to remain static. They are not statute. They, you know, they're strategic priorities for the members sitting in these seats at a particular time. So I agree. There is no requirement in statute to benefit public health. On the other hand, if this council sees that, in the early days of this fund, that there are projects that clearly would have that benefit and solve a problem of urgency, related to people's health and well-being, I think there's nothing wrong with highlighting that as like a good thing to do with these dollars. After all, the reason that the lawsuit came about does have a lot to do with its ecosystem health, but it's also public health. There was actually an expose on Monsanto just this morning on OPB, which some of you may have heard. I think it was coincidental, but I haven't checked with my communications people yet, so I don't know. And it was, talking about some of the impacts across the nation. It was not limited to Oregon, but it was talking about the impacts to people as well as the environment. So, all that to say, I don't feel limited by the statutory language. I think it was very intentional in that way, that this is money that gets to be used for really good things that are needed in Oregon, and it's not limited. It's just outcome oriented.
Leslie.
Yeah, thank you. I won't opine on Rep. Helm's question from earlier. And I'll just say the AG that testified was obviously the former AG, but in thinking about kind of how we interpret the settlement agreement, I do think the language about in the state's sole discretion is helpful in the sense that I don't think we can really realistically run afoul of the settlement agreement language. And that's informed by the proposals that we're seeing now. Who knows what we'll see down the line? I suppose I should never say never, right? I do think when I was going through the staff proposed questions, I landed on the side of wanting to keep things really broad. And that came from a place of fearing that if we set up strategic priorities that are too restrictive, we would get a project proposal that's perfect, does everything we want, and somehow wouldn't be eligible. But I also think it's interesting to hear, we do have the power to be more restrictive and narrow things. And I think maybe the best way to harmonize ensuring that we can put funding towards projects and aren't cutting things out that we don't want to, but also providing additional guidance is by using our strategic priorities to do weighting. So rather than saying this whole type of project would not be eligible, or we're only going to consider these kinds of projects, devoting our council voice to saying things that have this kind of benefit will be weighted in this way. And I think that can be helpful for people who are applying, and then also avoid the issue of cutting out projects that we want to be able to see down the line.
Yeah, if I could piggyback on that, I think, some of the things that we've been talking about have been really hoping to see projects where agencies are partnering, with local governments, with soil and conservation districts, et cetera, that we'd really like to see projects like that. I think it is appropriate to include that in the strategic priorities in the way that, Leslie mentions, not that it has to have that, but that, that might give a little added weight, right? If we see that as we're ultimately evaluating projects. Even though the settlement, neither the settlement nor Senate Bill 1561 explicitly talk about co-benefits or partnering or things like that, I think they are very appropriate for us to include in our strategic priorities.
Thank you. That was incredibly helpful. I deeply appreciate it. I do want to point out that in the legislation, Section 1, Sub C, it does state that the settlement earnings are to be used for remediation or restitutionary projects or purposes having a nexus with environmental harms to air, water, soil, or other natural resources or human health caused by environmental contamination, particularly the presence of PCBs. So that human health element is directly in the enabling legislation. And if you'll recall, we did ask a question about where council sees kind of human health outcomes playing a role in eligibility criteria or in strategic priorities or in project evaluation criteria. And that language did make its way into our test case definition of a strategic priority, which you'll see in a moment here. So when we talk about kind of the human health aspects, I just wanted to point where in the legislation that comes from, and it is directly from that section 1. So one of the interesting exercises I've had to go through is as I've gone out and given presentations to agencies and to partner groups is what is a strategic priority? And I've added my own colorful definition to that. But we wanted to actually get council's kind of commitment around how we're going to start defining these and operationalizing the concept. So we proposed a draft definition to you all in the survey and kind of got some good agreement around it. And Rachel's, I think, furiously trying to load up the definition. I can read it out while we're getting there. There we go. So we suggested that a strategic priority or the strategic priorities are the high-level set of environmental and human health issues or challenges that are caused by pollution, someone added, or contamination that can be addressed through investments from the Oregon Environmental Restoration Fund to generate measurable outcomes for Oregon and Oregonians. 70% of respondents agreed with this definition with a couple of kind of caveats that the term measurable could be slightly problematic in terms of requiring quite a bit of effort to turn that into a quantitative metric. And then wanting to add sort of outcomes for repairing ecosystem functions for Oregon and Oregonians. And then a note that if we do add this caused by pollution, it becomes very restrictive. So we want to kind of ask you to noodle on this definition because, we're about to go and start asking about consultation on these strategic priorities, and we're designing a public process to ask Oregonians about their strategic priorities for this fund so that we can bring that information back to you. And you can start to have a sense of what state agencies think are the strategic priorities or their priorities. And that's part of what we're trying to do with these agency presentations that are happening at the beginning of each council meeting. Agencies are coming and telling you what their priorities are, what they already know. We have going out and talking to communities about what their needs and their priorities are. And council is going to take all that information and then do their own deliberation about how to select those strategic priorities after consultation with agencies and the Environmental Justice Council. So we sort of need a working definition that council supports or agrees to about how we're defining these. So I wanted to ask for any thoughts or reflections about how we might edit this. And we don't really want to get into a wordsmithing exercise here, but just conceptually, where is this aligning around your vision for what a strategic priority or definition is, or where are we actually quite far away from what it needs to be?
Can we get a little more on what's problematic about measurable? Would like an example of something that where measurable would create a problem?
Yeah, I think the comment was if you're going to commit to measuring outcomes, then you need the systems in place to be able to gather information, measure trends over time, and then demonstrate what you're measuring and go out and report on that. And depending on how broad your strategic priority might be, it might be challenging to measure some of those outcomes. It might take a long time for those outcomes to actually kind of become apparent in a specific ecosystem or a watershed. So I think there was just some thought about if we are going to commit to measurable, ensuring that we can back that up with the kind of monitoring or data collection or assessment that might come along with that kind of activity. But for anyone who added that comment in, feel free to jump in. We're trying to interpret some of the feedback that we got in that survey.
I didn't weigh on the measurable word, but just kind of in what I do worry about is that it, again, just talking through assumptions, right? When we are kind of providing funds through the community fund, I just wouldn't want anything in there to make those funds so burdensome that it eliminates a lot of communities that would normally be able to get funded. So I didn't weigh on that name, but like, I just see it and it's a red flag of a way to exclude communities. So.
I have to agree with that, but Director Feldon.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Holliday. I think this is in line with that. To me, it might be that the word measurable is at the wrong level. I think we want projects that get funded to have some sort of measurable outcomes. I don't know that the strategic priorities are what we want to be measurable, because they're higher level, they encompass a lot of things. And so I agree. I think having a strategic priority be measurable in this context could be challenging.
Andre?
Yeah, thanks, Vice Chair Holliday. I just totally agree on the term about measurable and not wanting it to be burdensome to community or tribal partners or even state agencies and becoming overly complex and complicated in trying to determine the success of a project. So, and then I also agree with Director Feldon in that it's not really an appropriate term for a strategic priority and defining what a strategic priority is. Maybe the individual projects themselves could be measurable in some way, and we can broaden that out, saying, well, did you complete a brownfields remediation site? So the measurement is like, well, we completed 2 of 4 sites or whatever, rather than looking at specific quantifiable like scientific measurements. So I totally agree. I don't want that term to weigh on the burden of the showing that the project is a success in some way. And then my only other comment is that I had asked in the survey to add contamination rather than just leaving it to pollution, because I interpret pollution as a subset of contamination. And if we want the strategic priorities to be more broad, that we should just include a broader term for what is happening in the environment, which would be contamination rather than man-made pollution.
Molly, then Jen.
So I like the inclusion of contamination because it does kind of, you're trying to find the balloon animal here and the center of what it is. So I like that addition. I also like including measurable outcome in the strategic priority, not at broadest level though, but I think any project that gets funded with these dollars needs to demonstrate impact. It has had something to do with that pollution or that contamination component. And it could be many different things. So the idea of taking it out to a long-term scientific tract and trend, I think, is beyond the scope of anything. But if you're remediating a gravel pit on a river that has sediment loads and things associated with it, then, and the objective is to reconnect it, that is something that is measurable, that would be at the end of this project. This riparian system is connected to this river, that the vegetation has changed this way. To me, that's how I was reading that measurable outcome piece, and that it would be attached in each of the projects so that you could actually see the impact of this collective money when it's spent on tangible things that are in the real world that are related to that pollution and the contamination. So I'm reading that measurable outcome, I think, differently than what I heard other people saying.
Thank you. I'll comment quickly on two separate things. First of all, I also put in the comment of contamination instead of pollution, and I will echo that it's generally considered contamination is the broader category and pollution is the inner category. So it's not even necessary to list them both, but if there's a reason to do that, that's fine. And then I will add to the measurement discussion that, at least from the brownfields world, my concern about measurable outcomes is that the things that are easy to measure are generally the ones that get used in discussions about measurable outcomes, and they're not the meaningful metric. So we talk about how many acres of brownfield we remediated, or we talk about how many how many truckloads of soil we removed, but those aren't really getting at particularly the long-term benefits that this fund gives us access to. And so I would just recommend taking a lot of care in the levels at which that term comes up, and then how we use it if we're using it to score or prioritize certain projects, that we're really paying attention to the meaning of the measurable items that are being put forward.
Chair Dembro.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you very much for that, Jen. I'm reminded of the conversation that I had with Governor Kotek when she talked to me about her vision for this council. And, she said that she really wants the projects that are funded by this fund to really make a difference for Oregonians. And I think at this level of strategic priority, that's really what we're talking about, right? Projects that can make a difference. And so maybe we could find language that sort of captures that. And then anything about measurability, that could be for a lower level sort of part of our priorities. More process, procedure.
I agree. I see measurable as like the tactics of the strategic goal. We are nearing the end, but Representative Helm.
Two quick things. I think what we really mean by measurable is we hope that it's measurably positive. Right?
Yeah, positive.
We want it, so that's just food for thought. And I respect Nicole's request not to wordsmith. I do want to throw my support behind the notion of adding somewhere restore ecological function. And I'll just come clean early here with all of you. I am concerned that our work will become too human being focused. I know that there are harms that have been done to human beings with these substances and pollutants over time, but focusing too heavily on human health, I think, is a mistake for our work. And we can get at it in many other ways that also benefits all the other species that have also suffered mightily because of our missteps as we have pursued our own purposes in the world. And so the purpose of coming clean here is I struggled with this definition. I didn't want human health in it. But as I thought through it, I thought that it does have a place in the definition as long as we are open as a council to getting at the human health benefits in a variety of different ways that also benefit the landscape, the watersheds, the ecological functions. And I just wanted to mention that, and because I don't think I was among the 30% that wanted to change the definition significantly.
Thank you, Vice Chair Holliday. Just one more thing. I tend to agree with Representative Helm on the comment about the inclusion of ecosystem function or system, I can't remember exactly what it was now. And that kind of relates to a concern I had. I agree pollution's too narrow. I'm also concerned contamination's too narrow. And I just want to think about whether we're really talking about contamination or environmental degradation. I'm thinking about, restoration projects that are aimed at impacts from climate change or, wildfire. I mean, we can have natural disasters that, cause environmental degradation and not be able to point to like a contamination source or something like that. So just want to be mindful that this fund might be restoring stream morphology or something, and that it's not a particular contaminant, but it is causing ecosystem havoc, and that there's an opportunity to use this fund for that.
We're giving you a lot of work to do, but I do want to say that, and this is sort of the legislator that remains in me. I hope that this highest level definition is something that's going to be understandable to people, right? That is my only concern about ecological function. I'm just not sure how Oregonians in general would respond to that or understand it. And so whatever we have in this highest level definition, I think really needs to be understandable.
I guess just totally agree. And I think that there's language in the settlement and the statute that talks about restoring. People care about air, water quality. I mean, like, this is what Oregonians care about. And so I think we could probably leverage that kind of language so that we don't have to use kind of the ecosystem functions or, So I think there's an opportunity to keep it plain language, but recognize that this was intended to provide uplift.
Mm-hmm. I mean, ecological function could find its place somewhere, but not at the highest level, as it were.
I'm loving this conversation. I'm giving the last comment to Leslie.
Wow, I feel honored. I just want to say I'm the weirdo that took issue with the word cause, but here's my justification. As a lawyer, causation, can be a pretty messy thing. And I think this is the other side of the coin that Director Feldman was talking about, where if you're saying like caused by pollution, that's super narrow. So maybe you can solve this concern of the word cause being too restrictive by broadening out to whatever term we're using, contamination, ecological harm. Or we could consider changing the word cause to like linked or something a little more flexible than cause. So it's my shameless ending remark.
Before Cheyenne wraps this up, I just, on behalf of staff, want to thank you for the time that you took today and completing that survey. It was incredibly helpful. We have a lot of data and information to chew on. And it might have seemed like, 30 minutes or 45 minutes of your time, but seeing that written out and seeing the time and care that you took to craft your responses, just incredibly valuable input. And we really thank you for the time that you spent to do that.
Yeah, and I just want to share, we, hope to be able to have a little bit more time to go over results, but it's not going to just be lost in the void. We will share out results in July, and then also I think we're going to try to post results. So we'll work with Claire to get results posted publicly as well, since I'm sure there's interest to see that. So more soon. Thank you all.
Thank you, Nicole, Claire, and Rachel. Really appreciative. 5 hours. We did it. We're about to finish it. Thank you, everybody. I will just say that I feel like the council, like we got our sea legs. We finally started talking to each other, and like it just felt real. It felt like a real meeting, and so I really appreciate that. We were also very productive in our 5 hours. Our next meeting is Monday, June 22nd, 2026 at 2 p.m. It will be fully virtual. I will be wearing sweatpants. The meeting will be accessible by Zoom webinar as well as OWeb's YouTube channel. And with that, it is 4:59 and the meeting is adjourned.